I just learned about another TikTok prankster facing multiple years in the slammer for absolutely trash pranks of just being a nuisance to society and harassing fast food employees for their content, treating them like props, like subhuman objects for them to be exploited for his content. This is the story of Heston James, who right now is looking down that soggy pipe of potentially 9 years in jail, which is a substantial amount of time. That's more than, like, actual super criminals that do unforgivable, unfathomable, heinous evil. But they are really coming after this prankster in particular. And I've seen on TikTok there's a huge movement about how his pranks are, like, harmless and stuff, because he's apparently the guy who, like, did screaming in department stores or something to annoy the workers, which is cringe garbage, but I guess ultimately harmless. And that's what they're saying he got arrested for? It's not. Also, that mentality can suck my whole cock. Yes, it is harmless. No one's getting hurt or anything. And it is a step up from the average TikTok prank, which at this point is just assault. So it's better than that. But it's still a pile of garbage. You are just bothering and making the days much worse for just normal, hard-working people that are just trying to get by. And he knows, and these pranksters know, they can't do anything back because they're not allowed to. They will get in trouble. They might lose their job, and it's very difficult to find a job these days. They don't want to lose their income. They need it to survive. So he goes in there and takes advantage of that for his content. And the content is at the employee's expense. The joke is pointing and laughing at the employees for their reaction to the screams and shit. It's humiliating them. That's not fair. I think that shit really sucks. He got arrested for the pranks where he would go interrupt businesses with hordes of his fucking clowns, his circus troupe that he brings with him, and just spends a handful of minutes taking over their job and berating them, saying how bad they're doing, so we're from corporate, we're taking over, and just harassing these employees. Just normal, everyday civilians just trying to go about their day, doing their job. And this guy just comes in to make it worse, which is all pranksters ever do, just this fucking miasma, this plague that sweeps through and is just a scourge to just the normal, everyday person. So he would go in with a bunch of people and, like, take over their job, doing this exclusively to just normal employees at normal businesses. And one of them even got a bit physical, where they went to, like, Pep Boys, and some of his goober-ass friends, I guess, were, like, bumping into the owner to push by him, and then even getting, like, a little handsy, taking things and using things on cars while they pretended to work on the cars at the auto shop, and actually putting themselves in danger, like getting underneath the car while it was still, like, up, so they could have actually just died there as well. So contrary to the misinformation they shit down your throat on TikTok about Heston James, where they're trying to, like, fight for justice for Heston or whatever, his squealing in department stores wasn't what got him arrested. It was these pranks where he actually went and harassed the employees directly and even allegedly got a bit physical and put people in danger doing it as well. That's what he got taken into custody for and what he's facing the charges from. And if I'm being honest, I do think 9 years is too much for what you're about to see. But I do think a precedent needs to be set because pranks are completely out of control. TikTokers hear the word prank and basically just go out and harass and assault people for pranks for the most part. One guy even poisoned food. Like, I already talked about that guy. I'm not going to regurgitate. But one guy thought pranking was literally poisoning food that could have killed people. That was the prank, by the way. So something needs to change. I do think he should face, like, serious punishment for it. But I think 9 years is too much. You see the EW body cam of the TikTok prankster? I actually have that up right here, because that was in the recommended when I pulled that last one up. So I have not seen this. I assume this would be the body cam of the AI pranks guy, but I don't think it is, just based on this.
Come on, come on, come on, everyone, come on, come on, come on. Everyone,
You think this is like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately.
nice, good job mopping that.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
So what is this?
When a TikTok prank draws millions of views online, a young influencer sets out to top it with an even bigger viral hit. But after one stunt...
It's crazy how every TikTok prankster literally looks exactly the same. Every single one of them looks just like this. They must be made in some kind of, like, cringe lab or something.
With an even bigger viral hit. But after one stunt spirals into chaos and violence, the attention it brings.
Jesus, even the people that he brought with him look exactly the same. Oh my god, they're all clones. Jesus Christ. It's like when Obi-Wan Kenobi went and met Jango Fett. Holy fuck.
Into chaos and violence, the attention it brings is not the kind he had in mind. After the manager Emma reported an unusual encounter at the restaurant.
A Lovecraftian horror experience.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah, I
Cosmic
can show you
being came
videos.
through.
I had a customer.
You think this was like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately. And yeah, it was just like harassing and just getting in the face and stuff.
Your portion sizes have been lacking, so I'm here to make sure you guys are staying in check. Get out my door. So I'm gonna clean house. Go ahead and bring in the guys. What is going on?
What is up with the frames here? Why is it so laggy?
These are my workers.
How many times did the police download this TikTok? It's all fucked up. They deep fried it.
No, you have to let. Get out of my store. Mom, I need everyone cleaning. Doing a great job, sir. Hey, nice. Good job mopping that. I need workers to check that the chicken's all right. No. Get out my store. Pick this up. Get the napkins stomped over here.
Man, there really is only one good TikTok trend, and it's the Scientology raids. It's just always shit like this, and it's always to fast food employees. Genuinely, every single time. What fucking losers, man. What a shame.
Got you, boss.
They're touching like literally everything.
The group of fake workers all appeared to be dressed in Chipotle-branded hats and t-shirts. Emma claims that business was disrupted by the group's behavior, some of which was captured on video by an employee and customer.
Double B, why we give up? Double B, come on.
I just don't even understand who could laugh at this. I genuinely don't. I don't even see where it could even be misconstrued as humorous. It's just lame. And it was getting millions of views, apparently. Even by TikTok prank standards, it's just boring. Like, it's just extremely boring.
Oh my God, no, get out of my store. Wait, I'm out the door. You're doing a great job, sir. Now, good job mocking that. That's your mom coming. Who wants to go back in the back, check everything's good? I got you. All right, everyone, we quit. Just play it. Let's go.
Do you want the incident
Ha ha. God, this shit sucks so much ass. Like, it's just an unskippable cutscene. You just agonizingly have to wait for it to finish so the TikTok prankster gets its content. Fuck me. It's so, it's so awful. I think they meant if they were there. That's what I mean. Like, if you were in that scenario, all you can do is just sit there and just wait for it to end. There's no entertainment. It's just disruptive and annoying. It is so nothing that I couldn't even see myself getting angry at it. I would just be so annoyed. I'd just be sitting there bored. Like, you took an average day and you made it slightly worse. And now the workers have to spend their time dealing with it, and so now she's got to get everything under control again now. Like, it's just so ass. It's all clout chasing. They want to be hated because they want the attention even if it's negative. Well, I know that, man. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even hate any of them. They're just lame. Like, I can't even muster enough ire because this shit is so ass. Like, you can't get mad at a pile of dog shit for stinking.
He's been going around a whole bunch of different stores.
The TikTok account at Terra Clout is owned by 24-year-old Heston James Cobb. On both TikTok and Instagram, Heston gained a following by pranking employees at
It's crazy that this is just a different guy than the last prankster I was just shitting on. Actual fucking carbon copy NPCs of one another. This has to be a government experiment, right? To churn out this kind of person. Like, it's copy-paste. It's crazy.
This time, the fake workers donned blue jumpsuits, carried tools, and pretended to work on cars, as captured on both an employee's phone and the company's security cameras.
Heston James back with another banger.
Okay, everyone, let's go. Everyone, let's go to the next stop. All done. Let's go.
Hey, I got a bunch of guys.
According to police records, no one was assaulted, nothing was stolen or damaged, and if Heston recorded anything, it wasn't published to...
I feel like if you laugh at these kind of pranks, you need to be Baker acted. Like, for your own good. And like, that's the whole prank. That was the whole thing. They go up, interrupt the business, pretend to work on the car, and then leave. That's the joke?
Who shares his fears that their actions will quickly lead to dangerous consequences if they aren't stopped.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
Officers learned that those concerns became
True.
a reality during the group's final prank of the day, when they were dispatched to a Pep Boys after a 911 caller reported a strong-arm robbery.
I'm just going to be bringing in all my guys because you guys have been doing a really slow job. I've been getting multiple complaints. I'm from corporate, I told you. So this corporate.
Oh no. I didn't get to see his side profile till right now. Poor dude lost his whole fucking jawline. Someone stole his chin. That's what we need to work on. There's a fucking maniac on the loose. They stole this guy's entire fucking jaw. Goodness gracious.
Yo, everyone, take that tire off. Take that tire off, quick. I got stuff for you, guys. Everyone, check the oil. Check the oil. It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good.
The incident ended in a clean getaway for the pranksters. The one at Pep Boys took a very different turn. The manager explains that when the fake employees began trying to work on customers' cars, he armed himself with a torque wrench and told them all to leave.
Everybody out. Get the out of the shop. Get out of
Attaboy.
here. They were backing out. And
That's what I like to
the
hear.
manager was in front of the van. They started moving towards it, so I took the crowbar and I hit the windshield to get the driver to stop. And that's where I saw that, yeah.
Alright, here we go. That's
The
some good
windshield,
news.
As well as both the driver and passenger side windows were shattered before the group escaped.
Posted, that's the Big Brand Tire there on Southern and Mill.
Yep.
You need to go and talk to that kid. He has people driving by his location and heckling him as he's trying to work. It happened last week.
Oh.
What's crazy to me is the people that are watching that prank are old enough to drive. That's fucking tragic, man. They're already down the path of just being an unlikable, insufferable loser. Oh, they're already too poisoned. They're too far gone.
He was the one that actually in the video reached down and yanked the kid out from underneath the car.
Mm-hmm.
Because the engine was just sitting there balanced on a 2x4 because the transmission was out of the car and he didn't want that kid getting crushed.
Oh, Jesus.
They're crawling under cars and stuff. Their buddy leans against the rack. And he pushes that thing down. You think that kid's gonna think it was funny at that point that he killed his friend? Probably not.
Yes! Yes, man, that's views on TikTok. You're trying to reason with the unreasonable. If that happened, the only thought that would be going through their mind is, are they getting in trouble? And if the answer is no, how can they monetize it and milk it for views? 1000%. There's no reason to even try and, like, appeal to human emotion because it's completely absent from these fucking worms.
1 week later, on July 23, 2025, police prepare to arrest 24-year-old Heston James at his home and execute a search warrant.
They had food delivered about 10 minutes ago, so there are people home.
Tempe Police Department, we have a search warrant. You need to come to the front door with nothing in your hands.
Heard something.
Quickly, call the clown car. Get your boys here.
Hey guys, we know
Heston!
you're inside. We have a search warrant for the residents. You have to come to the front door.
Heston, get your mechanics out here. Come on, where's the clown car dudes?
Inside.
Where's the bang bus, Heston?
Stuff moving inside.
Come outside and I'll show it to you. Okay.
Dude looks like a cryptid. Oh man, the way he wandered out there.
Put your hands on your back. Okay. So it's the pranks that you've been doing.
like all over at the auto shops and at the Chipotle and stuff. I'm not going to say anything until I have a lawyer present. That's fine, but I'll show you the search warrant.
Good call, Heston.
To grab
Meta AI glasses likely used to record the pranks, as well as uniforms bearing the logos of multiple businesses, including Chick-fil-A, UPS, Target, Home Depot.
Oh my god, he was about to go on a rampage. We just stopped a fucking serial prankster. Oh my god, we did it, Patrick. We saved the city. Holy shit. So many other businesses and just normal employees that they were going to annoy and harass. All spared. Fuck. They were in full swing. Jesus. We just prevented a national tragedy.
And Raising Cane's. Along with these items, police uncover what appears to be Heston's journal.
This is the most important year of my life, and I can't waste a single day. I will use this book to keep me accountable. Heston, don't think the most important year of your life got off to the best start, bro. There is no outcome where I don't succeed. Not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Poor dude also just listens to the platitudes on the goddamn self-help affirmations. Goal for the end of the year is 1 million followers. That's your only goal? Like in life, that's it? A nice little peek inside the psyche. That is the only thing they care about. Wow.
Incident, he writes, I have no other choice but to make this work by any means possible. I will give my family the best life due to my hard work. I cannot afford to miss a single day. This is my year. With Heston facing multiple charges.
Your hard work, bro. What hard work? You just go harass fast food employees and minimum wage workers in other locations as well. That's not hard work, brother. I'm sure his family's proud. They must be. He's a real winner.
This is my year. With Heston facing multiple charges, Dave questioned whether or not there would also be consequences for those who helped him.
All the 20 people that were a part of it, they all need to be charged with trespassing and criminal mischief.
Which is a little bit more difficult because...
But I agree. I agree with that guy.
That's the hard part.
Good luck with that.
He probably paid these guys.
No! Are you out of your mind? He probably paid... He paid him an exposure, bro. He did not pay these guys. He's so green. It's cute. His naivety is cute. These fucking pathetic losers do this shit for free for these pranksters. The prankster tries to monetize it and make a career out of it. His goofball friends do it totally for free just because they're brain-dead idiots. Just lobotomites that mindlessly follow. He didn't pay them, man. He did not pay them, I promise you. There's no doubt in my mind they didn't see a single penny. And he's not rev-splitting it either, not with 20 dudes. That's not happening.
Their hair,
Yeah.
According to court documents, 24-year-old Heston James Cobb was indicted on 3 counts of felony burglary in the 3rd degree, 3 counts of felony criminal impersonation, 2 counts of criminal trespass in the 2nd degree, and 5 counts of disorderly conduct. He entered a plea of not guilty, and the case is still ongoing.
Looks like he's looking at 9 years, apparently, if the TikTokers that are opining on it are correct. That's pretty steep. That is a lot of charges he racked up there. Man, they're fucking coming after him big time. 9 years seems a bit much, but he should definitely spend a pretty not insignificant amount of time in jail, I think. Not even because I think his pranks are some of the worst or anything, or most egregious, but there needs to be a precedent. Because right now, it's just the Wild West. This guy, the AI prankster, and they always keep elevating. We have the people that actually assault people for pranks, harass people. There needs to be a crackdown on it. So maybe it starts with him. Give him like 3 years in jail or something. I think that'd send a very strong message. 9 seems overkill. Didn't Johnny Somali get less years in charges? Yeah, it's true. But again, if they settle for something like a 3-year stay in the slammer, I think that's perfect. Then I think that would be an extremely strong deterrent from other fucking dumb assholes on TikTok that are doing these ridiculous pranks. Review bomb battles aren't rare, but they are embarrassing. And right now there is a bloody showdown going on between Breaking Bad fans and Game of Thrones fans.
The most recent episode, In the Name of the Mother, was originally sitting at a 10 out of 10, which is quite common when a really good episode of a show releases because fans will flood the ratings with 10 out of 10s before it eventually settles a little bit lower when the less hardcore fans give it a rating, but there wasn't really a chance for this to happen. Soon after release, the episode started getting review bombed, as you can see by this perfectly natural voting distribution. I guess the show is either a 1 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10.
This shit is always so cringe. I've said it a million times. I think Breaking Bad is a perfect television series, and this episode in particular, I think 1000% deserves a 10 out of 10. Till the cows come home. If the universe lasts another 10 billion years before the heat death, I hope at that moment Ozymandias will still have a 10 out of 10 rating, because that's what it's earned. I think it is an incredible masterpiece. But that doesn't mean that nothing else can ever be a 10 out of 10. There can only be one. Shit. Even the Sith in the fucking Star Wars universe had the rule of 2 at the very least. It's ridiculous how there's like this gatekeeping of 10 out of 10 from the Breaking Bad fans. So anytime something even starts to like encroach on that sacred ground, on the Ozymandias sacred ground, they start review bombing it without ever having seen it at all, just to fuck it. It's so embarrassing. Like, there's a group of people in every fandom that for some reason take it so seriously that they put the achievements and the accolades of the property they're a fan of on their own soul. So in this case, there are people whose entire identity and personality revolves around being a defender of Breaking Bad and ensuring that this 10 out of 10 remain unsullied by anything else coming close, and they'll fight tooth and nail for it. It's just so embarrassing because, like, they feel personally attacked because another show has an extremely good episode, like in this case, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms with In the Name of the Mother. I am a huge fan of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I already made a video recently glazing it, which thankfully has not aged poorly or anything because this show is only getting better. The finale airs tonight. I'm extremely pumped for it. And I think that this was an incredible episode of the television show. Do I think it would have stayed a 10 out of 10 without the review bombing? No, I don't think so, because it's not a 10 out of 10 episode. Very few things are. It probably would have settled in like the 9-7-ish range if I had to spitball, but the fact that it got review bombed in there and just fucking dragged to hell for the crime of just being an extremely good episode of a television series is so fucking silly.
Well, due to having a 10 out of 10, and the only other episode of a show with a 10 out of 10 being Ozymandias from Breaking Bad, when the review bombing started, people were quick to blame Breaking Bad fans. And I'm sure a lot of the review bombers were, but also some people just like causing chaos. Well, anyway, the news that Breaking Bad fans were review bombing the show went viral, and in turn, Game of Thrones fans decided to retaliate, review bombing Ozymandias, which held a rating of 10 out of 10 for basically 13 years. But after the recent review bombing, is now sitting at a 9.7 with a massive 71,000 one-star reviews.
That is a very good point. There's no 100% confirmed evidence to suggest every single one-star review bomb that came out of nowhere was from Breaking Bad fans or anything. There definitely are people that just want to poo-poo on anyone's fun and do what they can to shove a little misery wherever they are able to. So it's definitely possible it's just people that did it for the sake of, fuck you guys and that's it. But there were some very vocal Breaking Bad fans going through the marching orders of review bombing this and getting a lot of people on their side to do it, at least from what I saw. And what is clear is after that story went viral, as Dolan Darkus said, then Game of Thrones fans responded by review bombing Ozymandias, and now it is no longer at the 10 out of 10, which is just, that's an affront to God. Because I do think it is a 10 out of 10 episode. There's a reason why it's held a 10 out of 10 for 13 years. And now it's gone. Fizzled. Over what? Why? Why spill this blood? Why can't multiple shows be extremely good? Why can't there be 10 out of 10 episodes in more shows? I would rather that world as opposed to just one 10 out of 10 ever made. Like, I don't see why Breaking Bad fans get upset if there's another show that gets, teetering on a 10 out of 10 or extremely close, whatever, that they feel they need to start review bombing to keep it in line so that way there's only ever one. I would much rather a world where many shows are having 10 out of 10 masterpiece performances because that's much more entertaining than just getting served dog shit.
Similar things have also happened in the past with Attack on Titan fans and Breaking Bad fans review bombing each other. You can tell it's bad because the next episode of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which actually hasn't even released yet, has also been review bombed. The entire thing is basically just next level unemployed activities.
True. Dolan's right. So yeah, even the episode that's airing in a couple of hours from now is already been review bombed here because of this pointless loser fight.
Here's some of the more pathetic reviews from either side. We've got this Breaking Bad fan giving it a 1 out of 10 and saying, Game of Thrones can never be a percent of Breaking Bad. Bunch of cornball fighting over this medieval slop, just stories of kings and kingdoms. I have seen better in that genre too, but this is too overrated, and review bombings won't even change the fact that Breaking Bad has been 10 out of 10 for more than a decade. And Game of Thrones, even in hundreds of years with hundreds of sloppy spin-offs, can never do it for once.
Jesus Christ, Junior, from the sound of your message here, it doesn't even sound like you were alive when Breaking Bad was airing. Holy fuck, did he write that review on construction paper with a box of crayons? My god. I think that is the perfect epitome for these review bombing soldiers here, the champions on the front lines of these review bomb battles between fandoms. That right there is the perfect summation of their mentality. Actual baby brain.
And we've got this one from a Game of Thrones fan. The last thing you're ever going to see is a Game of Thrones fan smiling down at you as you lose your rating. When people ask what happened here, tell them the North remembers. Tell them winter came for Breaking Bad. Not every story is about a chemistry teacher with ego issues. Some episodes are about character depth, atmosphere, tension before the storm, subtle storytelling.
Holy Redditor, I can actually hear the grease and fedora slipping off of his cranium as he typed that one up. To be fair, you have to have a high IQ to understand review bombing, am I right? Oh my goodness gracious.
It's just embarrassing, man. I mean, I guess Breaking Bad fans were the ones who started it. The best outcome I can think of is that IMDb just wipes all the fake ratings from both shows over the last few days, and the people involved go out and apply for a job or something. You're allowed to like both shows, guys. It's not a competition. Thanks for slopping by.
I don't know if that's something IMDb often does with getting rid of baloney, bogus reviews that are very clearly like this, a review bombing back and forth buttfuck fest. I don't know if they do that, but if they don't, probably should. I think it is such a crime that because of all of this hoopla, Ozymandias is no longer a 10 out of 10. And as Dolan said, it does seem like Breaking Bad fans were the ones that started this just completely unnecessary nonsense review bombing war, all because A Night of the Seven Kingdoms had a banger episode that was doing really well on IMDb. And now look where we are. All this bloodshed for what? Nothing to show for it. War. War never changes. Yeah, review bombs are cringe. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. So, my dad's got friends, and all of them have unique talents and superpowers. It's like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Like, one of my dad's buddies was a pilot, and then he was at, I think it was an airport bar or something, on the job, and then the bar stool just exploded because they, I don't know, never fully screwed it in or something, and it really destroyed his back. And that was like Peter Parker being bit by the radioactive spider, but instead of getting the ability to crawl on walls, he got the ability of money. Huge payday from that, and he's just got like this group of friends that all have like very unique stories and abilities. And one of them is named Dave. And he has a hobby of making flintlocks, like from scratch in a lot of cases. And yesterday we brought him out and we got to shoot a couple of them, and it was a lot of fun, so I wanted to show you it because I just think it's really interesting and I think it's very cool.
Now here's what we're dealing with today. This is an actual copy of Davy Crockett's first rifle. Now the original rifle is located in the East Tennessee State Museum in Knoxville, Tennessee. So I went out and took a look at it. I've seen pictures of it, got measurements, and I wanted to recreate what the original was like. Now other guys have done the same thing. But this is made out of what we call curly maple or tiger maple. And if you look real close, you can see there's a lot of those stripes in here. So it's an expensive wood to do that with, but it really makes a pretty rifle out of it. So I got brass on it here, brass patch box down here.
Real quick, I want to come in here and do a bit of glazing because Dave doesn't really brag about his craftsmanship, even though it's genuinely incredible work, so I'm going to brag for him. Everything you see on his flintlocks, we only shot 2 in this video, spoiler, little spoilers there, but everything you see on his flintlocks, he makes himself freehand. That includes all the brass work. It includes every ornate engraving he does in silver. He does gold trimmings. All of it he does freehand himself. I think it is amazing.
And we're all brass trigger guard. This is what we call a double set trigger. And I'll talk about that when we get ready to shoot it, what it does. But basically, what you do is you cock it, and you can fire it by pulling this trigger, or you can pull this back and set it, and then you have a hair trigger here. So when you touch that, it really will fire, so you better be ready. This is called a flintlock. This is was used for a long period of time in the history of rifles and guns. And it's got a flint here. It hits what we call the striker. And when you pull this back, you fire it, this rock or flint will strike on that, set off the powder in here, and the gun fires. Later on, it went to what they call a cap lock, and it had a little cap that went on here and got rid of the flint, and then it finally ended up going to cartridges, which is what we have today. But this is a flint lock. Takes a little while to load these things. This has got about a 42-inch barrel. It's a 50 caliber, and it's a rifled barrel. So these were fairly accurate back in the day. But anyway, enough of the talk. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh, by the way, I want to show you this. This is something that's not common. But what I did is when I built this, right here on the side plate, I put Davy Crockett's name on there. And that's his actual signature on there. I was able to make a copy of that and copy that on there. So that's what his signature looked like.
That is so cool.
He also does all the woodwork too. He's selling it short on just how nice it looks.
Well, we also did a lot of carving on this. This was common on this thing. This rifle originally was probably made in Pennsylvania, in York or Reading, somewhere around in that area, which was common at that time. That was where all the rifle makers were. And we did all the carving here, which is exactly like what they had back in the day. So if you go to Knoxville, go to the museum, you can see the actual rifle there. So let's see what it's going to sound like.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say we need you in every video.
I know, wasn't that good?
It's almost like you're a professional or something at this.
You should also see his whole collection. He's like the fucking Kakashi of flintlocks. He's able to he's able to copy every rifle ever. He's working on George Washington's pistol as well.
The thing I have is I got black powder. I have it in here. This is a 2F powder, which is a heavier grain. And to be safe, I always measure it out like this. And the rule is always remember powder patch ball. And the reason for that is if you get it confused, then you got a problem. So you put in your powder. Okay. Now you take your patch, put it up here like so, and then you take your ball. This is a 50 caliber ball, lead ball. You lay it right on top like so. Try to get it as centered as you can. And then we have what we call a starter here. This will help you get it down in here. And I've never fired this thing, so it's going to be all new. Well, that went in pretty good. You push her down. Make your ramrod. Okay. And you want to do that, make sure it bounces, that way you know you got it on the bottom. Put it back in. Now we got to prime it. So put some primer, this is gunpowder again, in the pan. Put that down. All right.
Well, you hit the target because it moved.
Yeah.
Didn't blow the tree in half. That's a good start.
Yeah, that's great.
You straighten that target.
So at the time, we thought that Dave's shot was that, like, super clean, precise hole at the top and just assumed, man, that fucking ball must have traveled at the speed of light there to have a perfect hole like that go through it without, like, the normal things you see when you shoot a paper target where, of course, it, like, blows it up a little bit. So we just assumed that was that, but clearly watching it back on the footage, that hole was already there. What it actually hit was the metal stand and ricocheted off. So in the slow-mo I played there, you can see it hit the stand, I'm pretty sure, and bounce. Obviously, we couldn't track that at the time in the thick of it there in the fucking Thunderdome.
So that was the first shot ever out of that gun.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've never, you know, I just rough set the sights, so I mean, I have to take it to the to a range and set it up, and then adjust the sights on it. But
Charlie will zero it in for you.
Yeah. Hey, I was lucky to even hit the friggin' target.
That was good. And this is how much powder? 50?
This is, yeah, 50 grams.
Perfect.
A little pause. I thought he was going to be like, this is 140.
This is 5,000 grams.
It's going to knock Charlie backwards.
Well, you could put 120 in that thing.
No, we don't need to do that. This is my first flintlock. I don't need to fall over.
It's going to be like the R2-D2 scene on the screen as he shoots backwards.
Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Okay.
Now just pull back on the front trigger, because
the front run?
Yeah.
Right here? Okay.
Yeah. Now you have to pull back a ways on it. Wait a minute, let me get out of your way. I don't want to stand there but the side.
All right, here we go. Did I hit it?
Hit something.
Holy.
Oh, that smell.
That was cool.
You like the smell? I feel like this is like a gas smell kind of thing where you probably either like it or hate it.
Nothing like the smell of gunpowder in the morning, right?
That smells kind of good.
How was the kick on it?
There was no kick.
No kick at all.
You can one-hand it, come on.
Oh, yeah.
You missed.
Oh, no.
Totally missed.
I felt like I was right.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, you got it right there.
Oh,
You're
you
right.
bullseye.
Yeah,
on the
see,
little target.
I never. That's what I was aiming for.
He was trying to scare him, go over his shoulder, you know?
Right there, look, Danny. Right there.
Yeah.
Hello. Right there.
It's
You got a bullseye on the little target right there.
Yeah, I zeroed it for you.
What were you aiming at?
Literally anything in this direction.
The tree.
Is that really where you were aiming for?
Absolutely not.
Where were you aiming?
Genuinely anywhere in that vicinity.
Have you not heard of aim small, miss small? All right, I'm going to shoot in that 30 square feet.
If I can get somewhere in this direction.
I just want to.
Sailor's log, just want to make a note. That is exactly where I was aiming.
All right, you have to tell us before where you're aiming.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will. I'll tell you exactly
You
where I'm
don't
at.
get the Charlie specialty.
I can't believe you hit the bullseye in that little
Well,
target.
you best start believing it.
Yeah, well, sorry, bud.
Guy's incredible.
Yeah. That had no kick at all. I think at the last minute I jerked up and I probably went to the top of that tree.
I think I see something on the right one.
Were you anticipating a little more kick than it gave you?
Yeah, actually I was.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice shot.
Oh, you did hit it.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Hey, hey,
That's a great shot.
check that out.
All right, here we go.
Where are you going to aim, Chelsea?
The red?
The red on the right target or the left target?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I don't think I hit the red.
I don't think you did either.
My God, you hit the bullseye.
That's fun.
Anything?
And it's a miss.
Well, damn.
Okay, who
Can't-
else
can't
wants
hit
to
'em
try
all.
this? Okay, we'll do the same thing here.
is insane that you built that by hand. It's incredible.
It is so nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see what we can do here. We'll just use the same powder.
And is this a replica of a specific one?
It's just a Kentucky pistol.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a replica of any particular one.
I think maybe you clipped the right side of the red one.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Right side. Right there.
All right.
Good job.
What are we looking? Oh yeah.
Oh, that rattlesnake.
Oh yeah, that's a scary snake. That is a scary snake.
Right there.
That's not a.
Oh, don't go near that.
Yeah,
that's a water moccasin or
Yep.
a copperhead or something.
I was gonna say copperhead.
Well, that scared me.
What do you got?
Probably heard the noise of a flintlock and was like, I don't really want to be around here. I'm gonna...
let us know in the comments what kind of
Yeah,
snake
you tell
that
us
was.
what we just saw.
I think it's a rattlesnake.
And scale 1 to 10, how dangerous?
It'll stop.
Okay.
That was a miss. I think I saw the leaf go flying off.
I saw the.
Really?
It looked cool though.
I thought really cool. I thought I was right on the money, to be honest.
I saw the patch fly out.
Keep an eye out over there.
Yeah, be careful of the snake.
It's insulting to think that I'd ever missed the target. Never happened, never will. You could see it on the camera there. The precision was magnificent. It was a little off target, but I gotta hone in a little bit. I haven't used flintlocks before. They're unusual instruments in my hands right now, so I gotta get more reps in there. But not a bad shot. It's about where I was looking. That's about where I was aiming. You know, that Dark Tower shit. He who aims with his hand. You know, that kind of vibe.
Hey, look right there.
Isn't it weird?
Yeah.
How every time the camera turns away, Charlie magically just.
Yeah. How about
it's
that?
Oddly like finger hole.
Yeah,
shaped.
look like. Big thanks to Dave.
Yeah, really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for bringing him out. This was fun. This was a
It
lot of
was
fun.
great. I'm glad to see you guys take advantage of it. Now you see what it was like about 200 years ago.
Yeah.
How guys had to fight. Can you believe that? Because each one of them had to do the same thing. So
It was so fun, man. His work really is just so impressive with these homemade flintlocks, his home brew here. So yeah, anyway, thanks to Dave again. If you're watching this, Dave. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Yesterday I learned about a wild Italian heist attempt where a group of armed men, armed to the gills, mind you, one guy had a bomb suit. He looked like the Juggernaut out of Modern Warfare 2. Were able to stop an armored vehicle carrying a bunch of money, and chaos erupted. There was a firefight. Miraculously, nobody was hurt in it somehow. But I can tell you, their plan went tits up real quick after they blew up the truck. It's something you have to see to believe. Now, right before I was talking about this Italian heist, learning about it, I was learning about how a dinosaur convention called DinoCon had recently just banned a ton of people that were named in the Epstein files from attending. So you're going to see a pretty interesting headline even before the Italian heist here. I'll go ahead and show you some clips of that after the heist, because that too is also fascinating. But I think the heist is probably what you're going to be most impressed by. You see the heist in Italy today in traffic with fake police cars? GTA shit. Fake police cars. Oh, I didn't see this. Armed robbery in Italy attempted to pull off insane daytime heist on an armored vehicle in the middle of a highway. Oh my god! Yeah, I don't think I can pull this up on stream. I don't know if anyone got hurt in this, but they just blew up the fucking car. What did they do? Fucking slap C4 on it? What was that? That also didn't even really look like an armored truck. Looked like just a normal van. 8 gunmen were posing as police with flashing lights. They blocked the road by setting vehicles on fire. They then used explosives to breach the van and exchanged fire with Italian police. Somehow the craziest part is that no one was injured and 2 of the bad guys got arrested on the spot. Okay, then I guess I can pull it up if no one was injured. Look at this shit. It actually does look straight out of a movie.
Stanno rubando il furgone, guarda. Guarda, 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 guarda. Guarda. Hanno rubato il furgone. Guarda. Guarda.
God damn.
Santo. Hanno fatto scoppiare in diretta. Guardali, 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 guardali. Guardali, guardali.
Using a soccer mom's minivan to transport the money, I see. That's what I said. That does not really even look like an armored truck. It actually just, it looks like a normal delivery truck. Are they sure they got the right van? They ended up just stealing my shoes. That's it, just a bunch of Skechers in there. So reading about this, they weren't even like a super coordinated trained team that did this. It was just some guys. Just actually some guys. Did they get anything out of this? Well, despite blowing up the vehicle, they were unable to access the cash according to multiple reports. That's when the firefight erupted with patrol officers. No way. Italian media reported that other drivers caught up in the ambush were also robbed as the gang made their escape. What? So they blew up this fucking truck, got nothing, and then on their way out, they just started robbing other people that just were unlucky to be in the area? They escaped by stealing cars from passing motorists to break through police roadblocks. So they escaped with no cash, and a couple of them stole vehicles, 2 of them were arrested, 2 more are at large. What a crazy plan. The guy who blew up the truck had a full-on bomb suit he stole from the police bomb unit. That's why he survived the explosion. What do you mean that's why he survived the explosion? What did he do? Just fucking have a stick of dynamite in his hand and just let it blow up on the truck with him standing there? I made the assumption that they, like, set some kind of explosive and walked away. Why would he just carry the explosive with the bomb suit on? What a fucking maniac. Gave him plus 100 defense. I mean, it worked. It's just... Wait, now I'm so, like... Watching this initially, I made the assumption that this had to be like a highly coordinated plan or something. Because, I mean, just look at this.
Guarda, 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 guarda.
But now, after you told me that, I can actually see the guy running behind the van as it's blowing up. Did they not tell him they already set the explosives? Dedicated tank. Yeah, I guess, man. No one screamed danger close. Just bad comms, I guess. Yeah, L comms. They didn't get the money because of protective foam mechanism foiled by foam. Oh yeah, I read that. The reason they couldn't access the money was apparently some foam system they had in the vehicle. Which, I mean, turns out foam's very effective. How much was in the truck? According to the first article I read, a lot. They didn't specify how much, but it made a explicit mention that it is a lot that these trucks carry. Which surprises me, because that does not seem to be a overly fortified truck. But it shows what I know, because this soccer mom van was able to thwart not only an explosion, but everything else that followed, so... I still can't get over this. Now that I know that this guy stole a bomb suit only to run into the bomb for fun is crazy to me. He has to be deaf, right? Now I don't know a whole lot about bomb suits, but he's gotta be deaf. They had to blow his goddamn eardrums out, right? Wile E. Coyote ass strat. Yeah, I have no idea what his thought process was there. Why steal the suit if you're not gonna use it? That's a good point. That's a good point. They went through the effort of stealing the bomb suit, god damn it, they're going to get some usage out of it. put it through its paces. Dinosaur Convention bans all paleontologists named in Epstein files out of safety of our attendees. Wait, what? We find it deplorable that some established paleontological organizations are not taking firm action, DinoCon's statement reads. What? Oh my god, don't you fucking dare. One of these dog shit journalist sites that force you to pay just to read the rest of the article, you make me sick. DinoCon, a UK-based paleontology convention, issued a statement regarding the scientists, authors, and researchers named in the Epstein files, noting those associated with the late sex offender were officially banned from the annual event. How many paleontologists were named in the Epstein files? I must have missed that. While the convention statement did not name the individuals, the Monday announcement made it clear DinoCon would not tolerate their presence at the July event. We at DinoCon take the safety of our attendees, speakers, and staff very seriously. As a result of the release of half the Epstein files, it has come to light that a select number of scientists, authors, and researchers relevant to the field of paleontology allegedly engaged in correspondence with members of the Epstein organization after the convictions of Jeffrey Epstein. We want to state that all respective individuals are banned from our events. I mean, that's it. Hey, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Had no idea there was paleontologists named in the Epstein files. Additionally, we find it deplorable that some established paleontological organizations are not taking firm action to protect their members in light of these allegations. As such, executive committee members from organizations that are not issuing public bans to these individuals are also banned from our events. We do not tolerate those who allow this behavior to go unchallenged within our community. Wow. Actually doing more than like half of everything else out there. You have to remember that Stephen Hawking was a regular. Epstein saw himself as an intellectual trying to unite the smartest people in the world. That's a really good point. I guess maybe I just don't know a ton of paleontologists. So it was not easy to recognize them. But that is a good point, yeah. I just looked it up. Apparently one of the biggest names is Jack Horner, a famous paleontologist who even worked on Jurassic Park. So it would seem. Scientist Jack Horner linked to Jeffrey Epstein in newly released DOJ files. No long-winded intro, I'm hugging my knees to my chest in the cannonball position diving in. New Avatar movie just came out, and it is the lowest rated one so far, which was pretty surprising to see. Now, I just got back from it. It's 3:30 a.m. The long movie, I saw it at 10:45 p.m., and I'm going to go on a little tangent real quick. I already said no long-winded intro, but I'm immediately sinning because I have to just complain about how long previews are. I've made a habit out of timing each experience with previews before a film. On average, it's about 21 minutes worth of previews before the movie starts. In rare cases, I've had it go up to like 26, 28, and even one time 30. This time around, though, this rodeo lasted quite a while because they had like an extended preview. I felt like I was watching a whole nother movie for The Odyssey. They played what felt like a 10-minute full sequence there before this movie. Now, luckily, it slapped. But Jiminy Christmas, the movie didn't start until significantly later than even I expected, knowing full well the average of preview duration. So it was a late evening here watching this film. Anyway, in order to talk about some of the things I want to, I'm going to need to get into spoilers. So this is your spoiler warning here. Spoilers going to be flying out the wazoo. Alright, I've warned you now. Overall, I liked the movie. I think it was entertaining. It was solid. There's nothing bad about it. By no means is there anything in here that I think isn't good. But honestly, I think it does deserve to be the lowest rated in the franchise right now, and I'll tell you why. My biggest complaint. This movie is extremely safe. Not only is it extremely safe, but it is extremely derivative of the previous two films. It doesn't introduce any new thematic elements or anything, and it borrows heavily from the first and especially the second. In the final act of this film, it is almost beat for beat, bar for bar, where the water concludes itself, minus one very important emotional high that the second film had. and that was an important character death. An emotional moment that I didn't see coming, that was a surprising death that felt very impactful and intense and carried a lot of weight. This film doesn't have that. There was no part in this film where I really thought any of the core cast was in danger, even knowing in the second movie they made that bold decision that caught me with my pants down when they killed one of the brothers. Here, the whole film felt just very much like James Cameron being comfortable. It's clear he knows what works, and in this film it also still works. But we've seen it before twice now, and he doesn't go out of his cozy comfort zone. He's perfectly content to just cuddle up with all of the same things that we've gotten from the first two without introducing anything else. And for me, that's just a little deflating, because for this film, I thought there were quite a few moments with a lot of potential to really wow you. And I thought that's what this would be going into it, given where Way of Water stops. I thought there was going to be like really, high stakes, big, bold chances taken with this movie, and it's just not. I expected this film to focus on fire, the same way that the second film focused on water, and I thought that was going to be like super hype, and we'd see a lot of like new creatures, a lot of like new imaginative things about this world. Like Where the Water introduced, where so many things just felt new and fresh, and like we were going on a brand new adventure in this brand new part of a world we hadn't seen in so long, and it felt so fresh and exciting, filled with creativity and imaginative things and creatures that inhabit it. It just felt so alive and so different. But this movie, it's recycling all of the same, not only like locations as Way of the Water, but also a lot of the same things that happen in Way of the Water. So you're seeing the same creatures, the same things that you already saw in Way of the Water, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but I just really thought this was going to be like exploring another new side of this beautiful world James Cameron crafted. I thought this was going to be about like the fire and like this group of Ash Navi, because like it seemed like they started to do that when she was telling her story. They show like a really beautiful, quick thing about where they are and the fire, the catastrophe they survived. But then it goes right back to the water. And the entire final fight and pretty much all of the fighting and everything happens in the same exact water, the same exact area that it did in the second film. So it just feels like we've been there, done that. Like I said, there's nothing bad about it. And in fact, I would actually argue this is the most visually breathtaking in the Avatar franchise. The visual spectacle in here, zoinks. It is incredible. And I really love the introduction of the new Na'vi that we see here, the Ash Na'vi, where they've completely forsaken Awa. They're no longer like very spiritual or anything like that. They're very much like, I'm gonna fuck you up, carve your scalp, let it all burn type thing. Which I think is a great contrast to all the other Na'vi we've seen till this point. And they team up with the Colonel, and there's a really great dynamic with the Colonel where, he does just have the memories of a dead man. He's not actually that guy anymore. He's just not that guy, pal. And Jake is constantly trying to get that through to him, and you do see it start to weigh on him. I thought that was a really cool idea they were exploring there, and I'm excited to see where else that maybe goes. Spider is also a character that I thought was great in the second film and has an even bigger role in this one. But I will say, they make a decision with Spider, and the only family he's never ever known is the Na'vi, the Sully family. That is his family, but he is an alien to them. He has to have a mask on at all times because he can't breathe their air. It's poison. So even though they accept him as a member of the family, he feels like he's a member of the family, there is just this very obvious distinction that he isn't. And I thought that was a really interesting idea. In this film, it overwrites that, where pretty early on, something happens where he does get the ability to breathe their air, so he no longer needs their mask, and that also comes with the thing on the back of his head that I'm blanking on the name of. I was going to call it the Kundalini, but I know that's not it. The Kundalini is from that rabbit hole that we went down on stream a long time ago about that serpent in your spine that can make you come by thinking really hard or whatever. I can't remember what it's called in the film, but he gets that, so he can breathe their air, huff it all in, no problem. He can jack into all life on the planet, connect to the animals, the spirits, everything. So for all intents and purposes, Spider is now a Na'vi in everything except skin color. Which in and of itself is a cool idea, and I think it is a natural progression of the character, but I really liked what I thought Way of Water was setting up for him, where the idea is you don't have to look like your family, or you don't have to be able to do all the things that your family can do to still be a member of the family. I thought that was going to be an interesting thing that they play around with, but here they do kind of abandon that, and he is just a full Na'vi, basically. Which in and of itself has a lot of cool things about it, so I don't have like a huge issue with the direction or anything like that, but I don't know, I think it would have just hit harder if it didn't end up going kind of similarly to how Jake Sully did, where he does just become a Na'vi. Well, the same thing is happening now to Spider. He did just become a Na'vi. The only difference is he didn't grow fucking 5 feet and get blue skin, but he still has everything else there. Again, not the biggest deal in the world, because I think there is a lot of cool things they did with it in this movie, and I imagine more they'll explore in the future. I just feel like it would have been really interesting if they didn't. Instead of him just becoming a Na'vi, he could still just be that family member that happens to be a human. And that is a really interesting dynamic to play with that I thought they did really well with in Way of Water. Anyway, though, I want to get back to the things I like there. I already pointed out the Colonel is one of the highlights for me, but right behind the Colonel for standouts is Varong. She is the leader of the Ash Na'vi here, and also becomes the main love interest to the Colonel. And I think that's a really interesting thing that they explore there, because he, you know, has been established as someone looking to really fuck up the Na'vi. He is still on Team Human and will do anything that they order him to. They say jump, he asks how high, yet has legitimate feelings for Varong and like actually fights with her and for her, defends her when the general tries to force them out, you know, calling them savages and stuff. So it's a really interesting thing to see, like, he's forming connections now with the Na'vi through Varong and the Ash Na'vi. I think her character is great. She is to the Ash Na'vi what Jake Sully is to the rest of the Na'vi. She is a fierce warrior. She is brutal. She loves guns and fire, loves to burn things to the ground, and tells the story of how she got there to the Colonel, where after a catastrophe, her and her people were starving, so they cried out for assistance, praying for help from Awa. Nothing ever came. They felt Awa abandoned them, so they abandoned Awa. And she leads them, she saves them, and now she is the one that is keeping them all alive and doing everything she can to ensure their survival. And I really appreciate they didn't make her just an unhinged lunatic. Like, yeah, she does a lot of fucked up things, but she is still very much grounded in that she doesn't just, like, randomly start slaughtering people for no reason, just a loose cannon. Like, she does do, like, smart strategy and tactics. She's not just, like, crazy. She is ruthless, but she's not, like, insane and stupid or anything like that. They do a great job of walking the line between her brutality and still her being like a legitimate thinking being that's not just like one-dimensional. Also, I want to make a special mention for the action. I think all of the Avatar movies have really great action. This one is no exception. I think the action here is spectacular. I think James Cameron always does a great job with it, and Fire and Ash has wonderful action. Probably the best in the franchise so far, I would say. I just think the Na'vi fighting the Ash Na'vi, like every scene where they clash was really, really good. So, crushed it in that department. I will say, though, the catalyst for a lot of the action that happens seems to always be a member of the Sully family getting captured. I think that happened like fucking 5 times in this movie. Basically, anytime they turn around, someone's getting captured from their family and used as bait to spawn a fight. I feel like in the next couple of Avatar movies, maybe we should explore different means of getting a fight to occur that's not just getting captured. Because my god, it has happened a lot in these movies now. Like a fucking ton. But yeah, another thing, the music is great. I think most people are probably expecting good music in here, and you're going to get it. Like I said, it's a good movie, but I definitely think this is the weakest in the franchise so far, and that's solely because it's basically everything we've already gotten served to us again. But maybe for some people that's exactly what they want. It's entirely possible. Again, I was entertained. I also feel like the pacing of this film was really good. It never felt like it dragged, and I was never bored. It's a very, very long movie, but it truly didn't really feel like that. I thought James Cameron did a good job of keeping things, moving along, which was great. So yeah, overall, it's good, but I definitely think it does deserve to be the lowest rated in the franchise so far. But anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Have you seen the Midwest safety surprising the naked burglar? Man, why do so many burglars go in naked? No, I haven't seen that. The moment police surprise a naked burglar. But why, though? Well, I mean, I get why they'd surprise him. They gotta get him out of there. I just mean, like, why naked? Doesn't even give you any, like, advantages.
The heat was set on 81. There is a fire. There's a fire.
Well, we're getting to that. They set a bonfire in the sunroom.
I love the way she says fire. That's the same way Vince McMahon says it.
They set a bonfire in the sunroom.
So no one's like cleared the house yet? No, been through the house?
We didn't go in. We were going to wait till y'all got here before we went.
And the sunroom door was open, so we don't know if they were in there and they come out or they're still in there.
Okay. Sheriff's office.
Come out with your cock in the air. We've heard reports that you're nude.
Sheriff's office. Someone's been staying here. You will hold that and we'll come over this way.
Yeah, he's definitely made himself at home. Pause the gooning, son. Sheriff's office. He could be anywhere. Check the drawers.
I'll hold this if you want.
If he comes down those stairs hard, mag dump. It's nerf or nothing. If he's soft, he's fine. If it's hard, take him down. We got him. Kick that shit in. Is that Ed Sheeran? I think I can hear his bare butt cheeks clapping against each other. I think this guy's naked. Sheriff's office. Hello? Man, this fucking house looks like the back rooms.
There's somebody in that back bedroom with the door locked. We're gonna wait for another unit to get here.
We're gonna wait for the. We're gonna go wait for the nudie police.
Back there that he could get out of.
They handle these kind of things. They come out in hazmat suits.
There's a big glass window that's like a church.
Try and throw like a rock through the window.
I feel like he's been here for a
Get the fucking SGU out here.
Candy Crush or
Special goon unit. You could have joined in. Imagine he harmonizes with them.
We'll take care of business.
Sheriff's office.
You better not be naked in there.
You can open the door slowly and show us your hands. Hands.
Oh, he's fully naked.
Walk towards us.
And he comes... Okay, that stance. He's just like, well, I never. Isn't this just the pits? We find ourselves in quite the pickle, don't we? I mean, he had plenty of time to put some pants on.
Stop.
Turn around.
Turn around.
I got it. Go ahead.
Put your hands behind your back. Do not move. Do you understand?
Grab my hands, leave me out of this damn house.
Do not move.
Just drop the damn hands. Weak ass idiots, damn.
Why is he so wet? Oh, there must have been a shower in there. Either that or he was like really working up a crazy session.
Yeah, this country too.
You guys want to clear that room real quick? 320, I'm coming out with one.
Oh, he's in the tub. Yeah, it was a bathroom.
Clear.
Well, that was easy.
I can walk.
Do you recognize this naked man?
Slow down.
Is he supposed to be in the bathroom there?
So what the
Wow. Wasn't expecting that.
Super slippery, wet. Yeah, there's nobody else in here if y'all want to come on.
Is the house still smoking?
The house doesn't smell like it's smoldering, but it's the little fire is still smoking a little bit.
Thank you.
What's your name?
I don't have a name. Close the door and get me out of the country.
Oh.
The suspect, as it turns out, did have a name. 24-year-old Mike Wilson allegedly started a fire in the house's sunroom and used photo albums that contained photos of the homeowner's deceased husband to start the fire. Luckily, the fire was put out by a relative of the owner who also happens to be a volunteer firefighter. The suspect was later charged with felony third-degree burglary and felony second-degree arson. He is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. This next case shows another suspect keen on fire, as he possibly caused a large gas leak in his own apartment building intentionally, which...
Yeah, but he has his clothes on. So, kind of making a mountain out of a molehill. He's fully clothed.
Has the potential to blow up the entire building.
Did math and he's been up for 3 days.
You think?
Yeah, he said he did.
Come on, let's go over here.
Were you the only two up there?
Yes.
We'll get them in a minute.
What happened up there? You said you slipped and knocked?
Slipped him, Renee. There's the slip and fall. Slip and fall.
So is your apartment reek like gas?
As soon as I get up the steps, we're slipping on the fucking steps in the snow and shoes and slipping on the floor. It's not a good day.
No, it sounds like a bad day.
He's just gonna make a
Especially on day 3 of the meth bender. That's gotta be miserable, huh?
What's going on, bud?
Just waiting for them to take me out. I had people in the backyard before. This is a couple summers back. The guys in the backyard was playing war games back there.
Okay.
Okay, they were playing war games back there, and they had a squirrel, fake squirrel thing.
What?
And the guys laying in there.
What do you mean? They got the squirrel involved in the games? That's fucking hype. They can do that? My god.
Garden leave.
When was the last time you slept?
Sir?
When was the last time you did math?
Just kidding.
Okay.
Oh.
In 3 days? And you haven't slept in 3 days?
I mean, when I sleep, they steal agents and shoot me up to sleep. Anything is funny like my house. There's anything funny than the house while I'm sleeping. I wake up and go,
God, meth seems so fucking miserable. Holy. That just seems fucking terrible. I guess the only thing, like, about meth I could see being attractive to somebody is like how fast you run. Because I've seen so many videos of damn near superhumans on meth catching up with cars. Like that one naked dude in the middle of the night with glowing red eyes like a werewolf or something. But outside of that, like unless you're training to be like a super soldier on meth, I just don't get the point. It seems fucking awful. Or that uncle dancing at the party. Or yeah, I guess, or the uncle dancing at the party. That's tough, man. This guy was on a meth bender and caused a gas leak. Well, luckily no one was hurt. Didn't you create mustard gas? Yeah, but that wasn't the result of a meth bender. That was the result of me needing to kill a cockroach. It was purpose-driven mustard gas. Did the cockroach die? You bet your sweet bippy it did. But it wasn't the mustard gas that killed it. I ended up just crushing it. In fact, it tanked the mustard gas pretty well, all things considered. Actually, maybe the mustard gas did kill it. Maybe it was dead when I got there. I don't know. It's been years now. But I do remember I smashed it. But maybe it was already dead. Maybe I went overkill. Was it chlorine gas from ammonia and bleach? Yeah. Isn't chlorine gas mustard gas? Or are they two different ones? Let me see. Oh no, they are different. So chlorine gas is what I made, not mustard gas. Well ventilated area, I hope. Yeah, it was very well ventilated. It was in my bathtub. In my bathroom. With no windows. Pretty much the optimal spot you'd want to be making chlorine gas. It's actually insanely easy to make. Yeah, exactly, brother, which is why it happened. I didn't mean to make it. I wasn't thinking, and I just started attacking the roach with chemicals. So I hit it with some bleach, and then I hit it with some toilet cleaner, which has ammonia. So it made chlorine gas in my bathtub. How old were you? I was young. I don't know. I was like 25. Something everyone goes through, really. I bet I can terrify you with a single sentence. Tiger Woods driving a car. Ooh, even just saying that frightened me a little bit, like a scary story around a campfire. Golly. Yeah, Tiger Woods has just been involved in another rollover crash, and it's far from an isolated incident. He has quite a lot of these under his belt, and a lot of them, well, they were really his fault. And in a couple of cases, like in the one we're about to talk about that just happened a couple hours ago, under the influence of some substances. He has been charged with DUI in this one. He has an extensive history of these kind of accidents, dating all the way back to 2009 when he crashed into a fire hydrant in his neighbor's yard, and his wife at the time had to pull him from the vehicle. He went to a hospital and was later released. No charges were pressed there. However, a bit of a different story in his second go-around here in 2017 when he passed out behind the wheel of his vehicle and crashed. He was arrested and found to have prescription drugs and marijuana in his system. He pled guilty to reckless driving, but avoided jail time thanks to a plea deal. They then later dropped the charges of DUI and then spent a year on probation. And then in 2021, he had a major accident. It was a rollover crash where his SUV ended up rolling down a steep embankment. The police said that the crash was caused by excessive speed. He was traveling at 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone and inability to navigate the curve. He needed surgery. He sustained serious injuries. But they didn't seek a warrant for blood tests because they said there was no evidence of impairment or intoxication, so there was no charges filed. It was ruled an accident. I feel like if this was any ordinary Joe Schmo, there probably would have been some charges for going fucking 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone. Was this guy trying to travel back in time like it's the DeLorean? Like, this is absurd. It's a miracle he didn't kill himself or someone else on the road. And really, it's miraculous he hasn't killed someone else from all of his accidents, including the one today, which was another rollover crash that he was involved in. It seems like Tiger Woods is more accustomed to his vehicles being on their side than on their four wheels. Now, this time it is a little different because they are pressing charges for DUI because they did see signs of impairment, not from alcohol, but from substances. Like, Tiger Woods and automobiles just do not mix at all. It's like fucking SpongeBob with the boatmobiles. I now truly understand how Mrs. Puff must have felt every time SpongeBob got behind the wheel of a boat.
Famed golfer Tiger Woods was involved in a rollover car crash, according to the local sheriff.
Our affiliate WPTV posted this photo from the scene. We're told the crash is in Martin County, Florida. That's about 27 miles north of Palm Beach. Local police say the Martin County Sheriff's Office is handling the crash investigation.
The 50-year-old golfer played in a match Tuesday in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
Tiger Woods has unimaginable wealth. You would think that he would have a driver, or at the very least pay for an Uber when he is under the influence. Yet, multiple times throughout his life, he insists on driving impaired. Again, it is miraculous that he hasn't killed someone else or killed himself in one of these accidents. Genuinely, he should not have his license any longer. For the safety of all the innocent people that have to share the road with him, he cannot be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. He is a worse driver than the drooling zombies in Grand Theft Auto Online who are like intentionally crashing into people and things. This guy is fucking dangerous behind the wheel of an automobile, and he cannot stop himself from driving impaired. It's such a crazy and sad fall from grace for Tiger Woods because he is undoubtedly one of the best to ever do it in his respective sport. One of the best golfers of all time, just so dominant. But over the years, he has sabotaged his legacy, wiped his ass with his reputation. Like, I remember in 2010, when all of his affairs were coming to light about how he was having sex with, like, every woman on the planet with a pulse, you had to be, like, checking under your bed just to make sure Tiger Woods wasn't waiting there to fuck your mother. And now, like, all of these accidents, it's so sad. It really is.
So just before 2 p.m. today, the Jupiter Island Police Department, which is where we currently are, received a call of a rollover crash about 2.5 miles from where we are. The Jupiter Island Police Department responded out there and found a pickup truck pulling a pressure cleaner trailer and a Land Rover which was rolled over on the driver's door, and we're going to provide you photos of that. The investigation started, and initially, right off the top, it did appear that the driver of the Land Rover might be impaired.
Here's one of the photos from the crash that's been circulating. You can see that his vehicle is rolled over and it's in front of a fire hydrant. This is 2 out of 4 of his crashes right around fire hydrants. One of them, it had him blasting the fire hydrant, so I guess this is a marginal improvement there because he didn't just destroy it. This time he crashed in front of it. Don't exactly know what that means, but maybe there's just something about fire hydrants that makes Tiger Woods want to crash into them or crash around them. Anyway, though, when the authorities showed up to the scene, they noted signs of impairment. They believed that he could have been under the influence. So immediately, it's something that they started to pursue and investigate.
Our investigation revealed as follows. Shortly again before 2, the pressure cleaner truck pulling a trailer, a small trailer, was northbound on South Beach Road and was pulling kind of to turn into a driveway. It was slowing down, starting to turn into a driveway, and the driver of that vehicle looked in his mirror and saw a Land Rover, a dark-colored Land Rover, overtaking him at high speeds, and I don't know those speeds.
If history's taught us anything, it was probably 87 miles per hour through there. That would be my guess. If I had to give a little ballpark figure there, I would estimate probably 87 miles per hour on the dot, is what I would say. He seems to love to just fucking zoom through in excess of 80 miles per hour in these zones that are not conducive to those kinds of speeds.
The Land Rover kept overtaking him. He saw it coming, so he tried to edge off to the side of the road, but this is a small 2-lane road, and there was no shoulder for this pressure cleaner gentleman to get off the side of the road. As he was trying to move to the side of the road, the Land Rover overtook him at the last minute, swerved to avoid a collision, but clipped the back end of the trailer of the pressure cleaner apparatus, listed to the side, and then rolled on the driver's door north past the truck that had just avoided the crash with.
That's how the rollover crash happened. Tiger Woods was looking to overtake this pressure washing vehicle, doing so at a very high rate of speed. The pressure washing vehicle tried to get off the road there, probably out of fear for their own safety, seeing this fucking loose cannon barreling down here, just zipping through. So he's trying to get off the road to avoid a collision, avoid like a catastrophic accident. Tiger Woods, however, does not do a great job here at avoiding it, and instead clips the back, and it causes him to roll over. I will just never be able to understand this mentality demonstrated by Tiger Woods here. I don't get it. I don't see why he wouldn't just pay for an Uber, why he wouldn't have a driver, or why he insists on just driving recklessly in the first place, trying to like bully every other vehicle off the road for him. Like everyone needs to clear out of the way. We're all just NPCs in Tiger Woods' world here. So like even outside of him driving impaired, he also just drives extremely recklessly, extremely fast. He is a dangerous driver.
The individual driving that Land Rover was able to crawl out the passenger door of the car and was identified to be Mr. Tiger Woods. Our DUI investigators came to the scene here, and Mr. Woods did exemplify signs of impairment. They did several tests on him. Of course, he did explain the injuries and the surgeries that he had. We did take that into account. But they did do some in-depth roadside tests, and when it was determined, he was placed under arrest and taken to the Martin County Jail.
He must have been tweaking for them to immediately show up and recognize, like, this guy's on some shit and just start instantly conducting these tests on the scene. Tiger Woods must have been really, like, off the walls or something. So they did some roadside tests. They determined that DUI was likely, so they placed him under arrest, brought him to the jail for further investigation to confirm. They also state explicitly that they didn't believe it was alcohol that he was under the influence of.
At the Martin County Jail, and even on scene, we really weren't suspicious of alcohol being involved in this case, and that proved to be true at the jail. So Mr. Woods did a breathalyzer test, blew 000s, but when it came time for us to ask for a urinalysis test, he refused, and so he's been charged with DUI, with property damage, and refusal to submit to a lawful test. In the crash, no one was injured. Mr. Woods did not seem to be injured at all, and the other gentlemen were not injured. But this happened a few hours ago, so I've given you the information that I have.
Again, it's extremely lucky that no one was injured in a Tiger Woods impaired driving accident, something that he has become known for. Now, as the officer explained, he wasn't under the influence of alcohol. According to the breathalyzer and according to those on scene, they didn't believe it was alcohol related. They believed it was other substances. So he refused to do the urinalysis to confirm what substances they would have been, which led to them slapping the charges of DUI and the refusal to submit to that test. So yeah, overall, not good here from Tiger Woods. Really not good. As I've said thousands of times now, I have no respect for drunk drivers or anyone driving impaired, risking their lives and the lives of all the innocent people on the road around them that have to share this road with them, who are making the incredibly dangerous and stupid fucking decision to drive impaired. It is just inexcusable, especially for someone like Tiger Woods, who has endless resources to not have to do something like that and make a decision like that. Uber, a friend, his own fucking personal driver, like endless options that aren't Tiger Woods behind the wheel of a vehicle while under the influence of substances. It's just so fucking degenerate, man. It's so scummy. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya. I like shiny cardboard. I do not like grating the shiny cardboard. I do not like green eggs and ham. I have said it for many moons now. I think grading cards is hooey. I know I've spit and shit about this topic for a while, but it's true. I just think it's a bunch of horseradish. You pay hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars to grade your cards, and sometimes they get damaged. Other times, it just feels like it's truly just RNG, the roll of the dice, and it's entirely dependent on whoever's manhandling your card's mood on that given day with whatever grade they decide to dole out. To me, it just always feels inconsistent, so I just really never think that it's worth the money to get cards graded. And I know people make entire careers out of buying and selling graded cards and all of that. All power to you. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not coming in there with a belt making you stop just because I don't like it. You do what you want to do. But there is just very real problems with the whole practice of grading cards, especially when it comes to things like PSA. And that's what we're about to talk about today. PSA is probably one of the biggest when it comes to card grading. I'm sure all of you have heard their brand name tossed around quite a bit. When it comes to card grading, they're like fucking Kleenex. where when people talk about a graded card, they usually say like PSA plus the number as opposed to like just general card grading. The same way when people talk about tissue, sometimes they say, can you give me a fucking Kleenex? Like, it's gotten to that level where they are just that big. They're kind of the top dog. But I also just really don't like them in particular. I think they're one of the worst in the card grading industry, and it's an industry I already think is full of corruption in general. And today I saw a video breaking down a wild situation where someone had an extraordinarily rare card. I'm talking less than 50 of these cards in the world, at least that are known about. It's a PSA, or was, RIP, God rest its soul, a PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular card. So basically it's 3 art in 1, and it's from over 22 years ago. There are only a handful of these out there, and the estimated price based on like recent data is around $45,000 for this card. And this individual had this card, and they wanted it to get reholdered. And when they sent it to PSA, they fucking blasted it. They annihilated that card, and what he received back was a PSA 6. What they're citing is a PSA 6, noting that it was damaged, unfortunately. And instead of like paying him what the card's actual value would be worth, they aren't willing to do that. They're instead hiding behind this fair market value number they're pulling out of their dirty rectum and offering significantly less. So I want to show you some of this video and go over this because it is very scummy from everything I can see.
This is a holy grail for some Deoxys collectors. And I'll tell you, it's a grail for a reason. It's got it all. It's old and it's very exclusive. It was only given out for the release of Pokemon's 7th movie, Destined Deoxys, and only in Japan was this card given out. And it's super cool because it's the only small lenticulated card to exist. Yeah, here's an example of a lenticulated Charizard card, or what lenticulated means. The card changes depending on the angle you look at it. Here's a little video that shows you how cool this card is.
This Pokemon card is actually 3 cards in one. When you move this card up and down, Deoxys will change into a different form.
This is just showing you the card itself and what makes it so rare and valuable to collectors. Lenticular shit from back in the day is actually really hype. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but right here, I actually have my original copy of Majora's Mask with the lenticular label on it. It's so fucking cool. And this is a really rare card, especially to find in a pristine condition. It's been over 2 decades. So having a PSA 10 is very, very rare.
This is a sick card. And this particular card was originally graded as a 10. Originally. Now, how did that change? Well, it happened through a process called reholdering. Older PSA as a company, a grading company, was a little more lenient on Pokemon cards or just cards in general at the time. So when you get an older slab, you expect a lesser quality condition of a card, even if it is in a 10. Logan Pulse Pikachu. And you'll see this happen at Pokemon card shows. People will ask if my card has a older certification number, meaning it was graded at a older point in time. And if they are graded at an older point in time, they're actually worth a little less. So what some people do is they get their cards reholdered.
Which is exactly what this individual is doing. They wanted it reholdered so they could have an updated slab showing that it is a pristine 10, even by modern, more strict grading standards, because that would then fetch a higher price to collectors that want to purchase the item. And according to the original Reddit post, they actually did have someone offer in excess of $45K. I'm assuming that may have been dependent on like the reholdering maintaining a 10, which is probably why they were like really gung-ho about doing it. And then disaster struck, and then the Fire Nation attacked.
Now imagine the shock that Brian felt when he submitted his super old, super rare, already in a PSA 10 Deoxys for reholdering, and it came back to him as a PSA 6, losing about 90% of its value. And it wasn't because he did anything wrong, but PSA actually damaged his card. 268-279-56, I actually looked it up, and as you can see, it actually has been deemed back down to an EX Mint 6. They kept the same certification number, and they turned it down from a PSA 10 all the way down to a PSA 6.
Again, just to make sure it's very clear, the reason he was doing this is because with an older slab, it was more lenient, which means buyers wouldn't pay as much because there's a chance it's not actually a 10. Maybe there's like some scuffs here, a little poop over there, like who really knows? So he was getting it reholdered to update that to fetch a higher price. And what happened is, and you can see it through searching the serial number, it got regraded all the way down to a 6, and then after corresponding with PSA via email, which we're about to look at, it's because they fucked it up. They ruined it. They took away the vast majority of the value of this card, which is life-changing money, mind you, all because they made a whoopsie-daisy. Oh, clumsy us, real butterfingers. We seem to have crumpled it up and used it as toilet paper. But don't worry, we slabbed it, and we've updated the serial number in our system, so now everyone will know that this is now a 6. Why aren't you happy? This is what you paid for. So here's the email. My name is Dorothy, and I'm a supervisor for the Customer Relations Department team here at PSA. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me this morning as discussed over the phone. CERT, that's the Deoxys, was unfortunately impacted during our encapsulation process. This did lead the card to no longer merit the grade of a PSA 10. Instead, our head of grading has provided that the new grade is a PSA 6. I am provided the details below. Dorothy, come on! You're going to make a grammar mistake like that? This is less than professional. I am provided. It should be I have provided the details below. Come on, get with the program, Dorothy. Take this seriously. Along with our offer based on our findings of the fair market value. That's a boogeyman term with PSA, by the way.
They say the description, the card, and the original 10. They confirm that it's originally a 10, and they say that the fair market value is $20,000. And here's where we're going to get some issues. They said the grade of the value of the 6 is $750, and with the ordering fees, I can't believe they included the order fee here, that it costed $190 just to destroy their card. And so they go on to say that they would like to offer the market value difference in the form of credit on an account or a check and remove their insane respective grading fee, which, oh my gosh, I can't believe you'd spend $200 just for them to rewrite a number on a card.
Quick pause here, a little halftime show, because I have been screeching about that to the high heavens for so long. PSA overcharges the fuck out of everyone who makes the mistake of using their services. You pay an arm and a leg for the most basic of services, and they arbitrarily jack the price up as they're jacking themselves off on top of your cards, giving you whatever grades they decide to pull out of their ass that day, and their numbers make no sense. It's extremely expensive to do, like, basically anything even remotely adjacent to card grading through PSA. So, like, I'm not surprised at all about the reholdering being nearly $200 just to fucking update the slab. It's crazy, man. It is actually crazy. That price didn't shock me in the slightest. I'm actually surprised it wasn't $1,000, knowing PSA.
They would also like to offer to have the item encapsulated as the current PSA grade or as authentic at no additional cost. How kind of them. As discussed on the phone, I understand you have concerns with initial market values. Please note our fair market value pricing is established by calculating the average sold prices for comparable items. And they say if you show any difference, we'll forward them to the pricing evaluation team. Now, the reason why this is such a crazy deal and such an insane, insulting offer is because the last sale on this card was $45,000. Offering $20,000 as an average is a spit in the face, and I'll explain later why.
This is where it gets extremely spicy. That card sold only a couple of weeks ago by PSA. And this is where it gets a little conspiratorial, but I think there's a lot of merit to it. There are people that are speculating that they didn't actually damage his card when reholdering it. The encapsulation process, it's a psyop. It's not real. What they're thinking might have happened is PSA, when reholdering that PSA 10 Deoxys that was submitted, they took it and then sold it themselves, and then instead gave him a 6, saying that it was damaged and now it's down to a 6. That is a theory, just a little game theory that a lot of people have, because you need to stop and consider just how unlikely these circumstances are. That PSA had 2 PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular cards from 2004 at the same time, when there is only 38 of these cards in the fucking known universe. And somehow PSA had 2 of them at the same time. When this card was being reholdered, they had already been selling this other 10 that they had for $45,000. The timing is just very suspicious. PSA was who sold that $45,000 Deoxys. But even setting aside the conspiracy, even if that's entirely just wrong and a bunch of fiddlesticks, they have their own data to pull from for the fair market value. They, PSA, sold this exact same card, this PSA 10 Deoxys, only a matter of weeks ago for $45,000. So wouldn't basic logic stand to reason that they would view that card as $45,000? So why are they now telling this poor guy here who just lost this card now because of their incompetence that actually fair market value is about 20K? So we'll give you 19K because we're splitting the difference here with the 6 and that. When they themselves have already sold it for 45K. They should know that that is the fair market value. That's what you just fucking sold it at. So why are you feeding this guy a bunch of nonsense? Why are you blowing smoke up his butt? That's why it's been like so big. And like, well, I mean, just damaging a card this rare is already going to be a big story, but this blows up even further because of just how fishy and shady this whole thing is from PSA. They sold this exact card for 45K. Why are you now trying to turn around and say that it's only worth 20K to this individual here whom you've just ruined that exact card for? It doesn't make sense. It's weird.
And the thing is, if they gave him a decent offer, I wouldn't need to make this video. They actually threatened the dude if he made it public. This is like the stuff I would expect Kevin O'Leary to write if he was on a PR team. Please let me know once you find those listings or if you choose to accept our offer. Should you choose to accept the offer, due to the offer being over $500, we would need you to sign a standard release agreement. So their excuse is that because the offer is over $500, he needs to sign a hush-hush document. If you approve the resolution as offered, you would receive an email link to the DocuSign to review and sign the agreement. Please be aware that should you accept this settlement offer, our standard settlement agreement includes a confidentiality provision. Sorry, I'm sick. My brain is fried right now. Any public disclosure of the settlement offer may result in our rescinding the offer.
That's pretty stern. That's rather frank, but they do give you a nice little sweet apology at the end saying they sincerely apologize, and I think that's coming from a genuine place. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for that. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes. As he said, if it was like a decent offer, it's like, hey, we blew it here, man. We ruined your card. We'll just give you like the 45K or whatever that the card is worth. We literally just sold one, and we'll move on past this. But they don't do that. Instead, they lowball him an offer based off of just imaginary nothing math because they're trying to screw this guy over. And then they're saying at the end of the email that if he accepts it, they're basically going to lock him into confidentiality where he can't disclose anything about it because it would make PSA look really bad. And I think it's pretty clear he probably hasn't accepted that offer. I imagine, will be rescinding the offer, as Dorothy threatened to do in the end of the email there. And I think it just is a really, really bad look for PSA here across the board. I don't think they could have handled this any worse. But I also think this is a really nice look at how a company like PSA operates. I have said PSA is shady for a while. Dorothy calls it a standard form, which leads me and many others to believe that this is just the norm for them, that if they ruin your shit and it's over $500, they'll lock you down into being like quiet about it, so they'll pay you off like hush money and you can't talk about like, the settlement, which I can almost see the logic behind, because like PSA probably doesn't want people hearing that they're ruining cards over like $500 because then people won't feel comfortable sending them the cards. But on the flip side of that coin, it would probably be good for their image to be like, hey, look, mistakes happen. We handle so many cards, this volume. There are going to occasionally be these hiccups. And when that happens, look at all of these people we've taken care of when we've made an error. Like, I feel like you would want them to like say like, no, I was upset about it initially, but then it got squared away. They gave me exactly what the card was worth. But that's clearly not how they operate. They'd rather just have it be like seemingly really lowball fair market value that they just make up poof out of nowhere based on nothing tangible. Like, it looks like what they tried to do is take really old sales of that card and then like kind of take into account their most recent sale and then find the average, but that's a stupid way of doing it because of how much the hobby and just the reselling has blown up. Like, it makes no sense why you wouldn't just take the data from the most recent sale your fucking self has just done. It seems like it's just a very underhanded tactic in order to try and justify these lowball amounts that they're offering that appear to be standard based on Dorothy's email. And the confidentiality, I just don't think is a good idea. Even though I can almost see why they're trying to do that, I think it's still just a shitty look. I think it would be far more effective if they just said, like, again, we made a mistake, and this is how we correct it. Look, he's even posting about it. We gave him exactly what the card was worth when we fucked up. I think that's a lot better than, we fucked up your card, now shut up and take this much lesser amount than what the card was worth.
So in the final picture, Brian includes the sales of all the past, cards of the same card, all the past sales is what I'm trying to say. And as you can see here, the last sale in February 2026 was $45,000. Now, just to clarify, because apparently Tony over here says, my only thing is that the card itself is different in that 45K sale, like different artwork. If you compare the exact same card, then they are fair. Oh my God. This card, they're saying the artwork is different because it doesn't look the same as this one over here. It's the same card. It's lenticulated. It has 3 different artworks on it.
I liked that section because I also saw a couple of people on like the original post saying, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not even the same card. The art's different. So I guess we've reached a point where people don't remember what lenticular means, like what those items are, like what they look like. The reason it looks different there is because it's just at a different angle, so you're seeing one of the different arts. It's lenticulated. There's 3 arts there. Like, Jesus Christ, it's the same card. And it only takes like 1 second, actually 1 second, to just type it in yourself to double check, like, is this the same card? Like, I don't know, it's different artwork, but maybe I just don't know what lenticular means. Let me look it up. Oh, okay. No, I see, now I get it. But no one wants to do that anymore. They'd rather just immediately just type that stupid shit.
And I know some of you are wondering, like, look at these other sales. They go from, they're 5,500, they're 10K, 15K. Why is this 45K the one we're looking at? Well, you answered your own question. Because as you can see, cards are fluid. Their prices are going to go up. And it's only getting higher as time goes on. And when a card goes up in value, you can't just value the next card you sell based on the average of the past 3. That's not how it works. If anything, the card should be worth more money because as you can see, there's a clear demand for this card and it's going up as time goes on.
Not only that, with a card this rare, every one of those sales, the reason it keeps going up is because there's less and less of them that exist, and there's not going to be more. I would be beyond surprised if we saw another PSA 10 of this card within the next, 2 or 3 years. It's very, very, very rare. So that's the reason it keeps climbing. So the most recent sale being 45 should be the one that they would look at the fair market value for and extrapolate it's at least 45K. You wouldn't be taking the averages of the other ones because it's growing in demand and also in scarcity. There's not going to be more. So it's going to go up. And they know that. Again, this is just a very convenient way of trying to save quite a bit of money here for their boo-boo. Anyway, though, this is a good breakdown of the PSA situation here from Snomnom. I'll link the original in the description. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. We're coming up on a very special 5-year anniversary for a personal journey of mine. If it was alcoholism, I'd be getting a chip for this achievement right now, but I'm receiving a very different kind of gift for it. First, I need to ask, though, what have you done for 5 years straight with unwavering discipline and gusto? Mewing? Maybe? Yeah, and what do you have to show for it, tough guy? You still got that soft chin. What about jelking? You a big jelker? Spent the last 5 years in the laboratory desperately trying to put a few inches on that pathetic little meat of yours? Well, what if I told you that 5 years could have been better spent doing what I was doing? Watching One Piece from start to current. Over 1,100 episodes. Please, hold your applause, I'm no hero. I just did what I thought needed to be done to finally stop getting bombarded with the question of why I didn't like One Piece. I started this journey 5 years ago, which feels like the blink of an eye now in the grand scheme of my One Piece journey, because I had tried numerous times to get into it and just never fell in love with it. But every time I would stream, I'd always be getting the question about, what's wrong with you, Charles? You gotta screw loose to not like One Piece. So I started it out of spite, and I gotta tell you, sports fans, the first year or so of that journey, for the first, 200 to 300 episodes were brutal. Trying to stay awake watching those arcs was a more difficult boss battle than trying to kick a heroin addiction. It was tough. But I pushed through, I persisted, and I've been giving you steady updates like once a year since, because after about 300 episodes, I did fall in love with One Piece. Experts may call it Stockholm Syndrome. I call it just objective improvements in the show itself. And I understand in the manga, everyone always says this, the pacing for the earlier arcs is just significantly better in the manga as opposed to the anime. And I imagine they're probably right, but I'd committed to watching the show. And I think once we start getting into like Water 7 territory, the show really hits its stride, and it maintains that. The show does get a drastic improvement not only in animation, but in pacing, and I genuinely think everything in it starts to elevate. So I'm extremely happy I did push through and catch up with the show, because it is extraordinary. So now that I'm caught up, I'm just going to give you all of my thoughts, kind of like as a all-encompassing debriefing, because like I said, I've been giving you yearly-ish updates on my One Piece progress. But I just want to put a nice little bow on all my thoughts on One Piece as a whole, and I guess I'll get into the nitty-gritty here, the spaghetti and meatballs of Egghead specifically, since that's obviously the most recent arc. But anyway, overall, I love One Piece, like I said. I think the show offers some extremely high highs, but with that comes some lows as well. In particular, Fishman Island. That is my least favorite arc in the entire series. I hated that. That was a slog to get through, and I found so little to like about Fishman Island. And I know I've yapped quite a bit about my disdain for that arc, and I'm not going to go too deep into it here, but just know that shit is poop. I do not like the green eggs and ham of Fishman Island. But my favorite arcs are as followed, in this order. My favorite arc is Marineford, followed by Enies Lobby, followed by Dressrosa. And the more thought I put into it, the harder it became to choose what are my definitive favorite arcs, because there are some turbo bangers in here. So it's always been a bit fluid, but the one that's never changed as my favorite arc is Marineford. That one's pretty unbeatable, but the rest have kind of moved here and there, ebbed and flowed. And I know Dressrosa in particular is a bit of a contentious pick to be in my top 3 arcs. Worth noting, I watched One Piece, so it cut out a lot of filler, which Dressrosa was apparently famous for. I didn't get that experience. I got just a really high quality, very compelling arc that I loved from start to finish. So maybe my Dressrosa experience was very different than a normal anime watcher's experience if they watched all the filler and stuff. One Piece did an extraordinary job of keeping everything flowing, keeping it moving, and it was great. I really, really like that arc, but I don't think anything will probably ever beat Marineford. I mean, I guess I can't say for sure because I don't know where One Piece is going to go, but Marineford was just a culmination of everything that had been building for so long in an extremely satisfying and emotional arc. This arc also opened my third eye to a painful revelation that I may not know what the One Piece is yet, but I do know what the one truth is, that Mihawk is a fraud. Mihawk clashed briefly with Vista in the Marineford arc, and it became abundantly clear that this man might just not be the world's greatest swordsman. Maybe he's like King from One Punch Man, where everyone just perceives him as this unbeatable, indomitable force of nature, but in reality, he's just not. We haven't seen Mihawk do a single fucking thing since he clashed with Zoro at the Baratie like 20 years ago. Like, it is so sad. Like, it is actually is so sad. He just gets by on aura and aura alone. Speaking of world's greatest swordsman, for the longest time throughout this series, my favorite character was Zoro. But now that I'm finally caught up, it's still Zoro. It was then and it is now. People like to boil him down to just being like a very one-dimensional flat character, but I just think that they're not watching the same show. That's so disingenuous. I can recognize that his motivations and a lot of the side quests, we'll call them, that he goes on are simpler than the rest of the crew, but that doesn't mean that he lacks as much depth as they have. I think Zoro is a perfect character to contrast the rest of the crew, and I always appreciate where he ends up throughout the arcs. My favorite villain is Doflamingo, but my most slept on superstar is Magellan. I'm somewhat of a Magellan maniac. I believe that if that man could get off the toilet for even just an additional 3 or so hours and they'd let him spread his fucking wings outside of his prison, that man could be an actual threat. Now, of course, it's just pure delusion and hopium to believe that we might see him again engaging in the overall plot of One Piece. I think his role is kaput. He himself is a prisoner of the shitter, and he will probably never leave Impel Down. But I think if he ever did, he would genuinely be an extremely powerful character, even in like the current landscape of things. My most controversial take on One Piece is that Sabo is genuinely a fanfic character that you have to suspend disbelief in order to accept his presence in this series. I really, like, the more and more I think about Sabo, the less and less sense it makes for him to even be here. Just this secret third brother that just happens to pop up out of nowhere, and somehow he is the well-known second in command of the Revolutionary Army, a world-famous group, and yet somehow Ace, who himself is extremely notorious and high-ranking in the Whitebeard Pirates, never knew Sabo was alive? Was Ace illiterate? Maybe, but even if he was illiterate, why the fuck couldn't he see pictures in a newspaper? Did he never hear Sabo's name, even though apparently everyone knew about Sabo, who he was in the Revolutionary Army? And there was never anything in Ace's ear that was like, wait, Sabo, it's ringing a bell. My brother. It just doesn't compute, and especially the timing makes it even more fishy, where it feels like the sole reason behind Sabo's presence in the story is that he was drummed up, conjured as a replacement to Ace. He just happens to come through after Ace's death. He also gets Ace's devil fruit. It really feels like Sabo's entire purpose was just to be a Ace replacement. And the way Sabo even is used in the story itself is very odd. He's kind of here as like this all-powerful, damn near omniscient presence who can do everything, and is used exclusively for like these fake out moments. So like he goes to the world government and like the five elders attack him. He might be dead, but he's not dead. He's on an island. The island gets blown up. Sabo might be dead. He's not dead. It's like, it's very weird. Sabo as a character just doesn't really fit with the rest of the characters One Piece introduces. And it just feels like the way in which he is put into the story feels very forced and very out of left field. Now, not to be confused with me being a Sabo hater, I don't even really dislike him or anything. It just feels very odd how he gets into this story in the first place and the way in which he is used in the story. But his scenes are hype. Like, it is a cool sequence when he, like, tries to save Cobra and everything. Like, it is cool to watch, but I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense how we even got to that point with Sabo in the first place is all. But still are cool sequences with Sabo, and I do think that he is an interesting character. Anyway, though, let's now dive into Egghead. So when I was first watching Egghead, I was a pretty vocal Scrooge on it. I didn't really love the first half of the Egghead arc. The second half, however, significantly better and much more invested. I think the second half of Egghead has been really, really, really good. First half, bit of a snoozer, but I do think it was necessary to eat your vegetables first here in this case because it does help lay the foundation and build the stakes for what comes in the second half. But yeah, I really was not liking the first half of Egghead. I really didn't like the Seraphim, by the way. I didn't think that they were a strong addition to the One Piece story. Vegapunk, love Vegapunk. I love everything with Stella. I think that is so good, and I really think I can't remember if I've been doing spoilers when going through my One Piece journey. I think for the most part I have been, because a lot of the arcs that I've been covering are like fucking 15 years old. But I don't know if I should do spoilers for Egghead since it's still fresh. I'll try and I'm gonna have to get into spoilers. There's no way I can talk about some of the things I didn't like about it without getting into spoilers. Let's start with the things that I really liked. Kuma's backstory. My oh my, did they hit a grand slam with Kuma's backstory. That is probably the peak flashback I don't want to use the word arc because it's not a flashback arc, but peak emotional character backstory so far in the show. I thought they really crushed Kuma's story. It is tragic from top to bottom. And his whole existence in the show is just agony. And even where he ends up in Egghead here, there's nothing happy about it. For a character that himself is so positive, despite everything he went through as a child with his parents and himself being enslaved and them being killed in front of him, with his father being murdered in front of him, still trying to find the light and still holding on to the hope of that legendary hero that will come to save them, and then trying to make a difference with the Revolutionary Army and saving people, and then himself still being dealt such a bad hand. There's always fingers crossed, hoping something finally goes Kuma's way, but it never does. Even when he's raising Bonnie, she's gonna die if he doesn't give over his humanity to the world government, to Vegapunk, to turn into this soulless killing machine, basically. The Pacifista program, all based around him, a weapon for the government. And he does it out of love for his daughter. But to save her, he had to abandon her. And then she went on her own pirate journey quest. Now she's gotten the truth, wants revenge on the 5 elders who are overseeing the program, in particular, Saturn. And Saturn becomes like our main big bad of the arc, and I think he's a really good villain. And he's not alone. There are other villains there like Rob Lucci and Kaku, whom I do think they're good villains, but I didn't like the flip-flopping so many times there. I think that was a little overdone. I get why it's there. Stussy also being there. Her role was very cool. That was quite the plot twist reveal there with her role and everything. But even though I like Rob Lucci and Kaku, like their presence there, the amount of flip-flopping I think was just a bit excessive. But in addition to their presence being there, there's also Kizaru. And Kizaru is a very interesting villain because prior to this, we'd always seen him as just like this callous, uncaring, calm, cold bad guy. Like, do I need to kill them? Fine, I suppose it would be stimulating. I am a little bored. Here I go, reluctantly killing for the sake of the government. And that's all you ever really got, so you're under the impression that he's just like this guy who will do pretty much everything and he won't feel anything. Just basically a heartless bad guy. Well, here we get a lot more fleshing out, a lot more backstory. It turns out he is actually somewhat intertwined deeply with Bonnie, Kuma, Vegapunk. So when he is tasked by Saturn to kill Vegapunk and Bonnie, he really doesn't want to. You can start to see emotion in this character. When he does ultimately kill Vegapunk, he is anything but happy. And it feels like there's almost this sense of relief when Luffy is able to actually overpower him. And he makes like the treasonous decision to feed Luffy when Luffy was, out of energy, out of power, so that we can continue to fight against Saint Saturn. So we got a lot more out of him, and I thought it was really interesting, and I'm so curious to see what his motivations are. What does he want? What is his goal? What is he doing? It's so good the way a lot of these things were built up and how they were executed here so far in Egghead. This is also the arc in which we get the most exposition on the Void Century and filling in the blanks for everything that's been happening that has been a mystery to this point, like with the Poneglyphs, Joy Boy. Vegapunk gives a final message to the entire world, revealing so much information, much to the chagrin of the 5 elders, whom show up at Egghead to try and put the kibosh on the broadcast and shut everything down because they can't have these secrets getting out about what's happened in the past. It's just really satisfying now because it feels like we're finally starting to see the big picture. We're starting to get these breadcrumbs to follow for what it all means and what actually happened 800-900 years ago. Who is Joy Boy and everything? Who are the 5 elders in Emu? Like, what is all of this? It's so, it's hard to not wait on bated breath for the next episode and the next big reveal. Oh, also, one of my earlier complaints with this show, the whole series, is that there was always this hesitation to kill someone, even if their role in it had been finished, their whole arc. Like Arlong or someone. Pretty much a villain who served their purpose that I don't think we'll ever see again. the show still had a tendency to just like knock them out and move on. They fainted, and that's it. Never to be seen again. And they did that with like every character, not just villains, but like any character I thought that they were setting up for a death, didn't die, most notably like Pell, like so long ago. And I get with Pell, there was a lot of stuff going on at the time there with Pell, which maybe led for him not ultimately facing a demise there. I get that, but that's just another example that I'm pulling from. There are countless others of characters that I thought should have died there to amplify the emotional stakes of what was being built to. With Egghead, though, no longer does it feel like there is a hesitation to kill off characters. There is a lot of character deaths in here that I didn't expect, that I didn't see coming, that are important characters. So it really does feel like we're reaching the end game here. I just wanted to make a mention of that. No longer is that like a complaint I have with recent One Piece. They are like actively killing characters. Like it feels like it's getting much more intense. Now, one of my biggest complaints so far about Egghead, though, and it's not even in the first half, it actually is in the second half, bringing all 5 elders here, I think just kind of made them seem weaker than they are. So, I like Saint Saturn as a villain. I think he's a great villain. But him actually fighting Luffy, he looks like a bitch. And I get Luffy, as, you know, the new Joy Boy, is supposed to be absolutely fucking stomping this man. He's basically blue waffling all over Saint Saturn. It's not even really a contest. But Saint Saturn as a fighter is really underwhelming. He's basically like the Derek Zoolander of the One Piece universe. He has one move. He has one look. And it's just by throwing out his little spider legs, and that's it. He doesn't do anything besides that. Even when he's not fighting Luffy, and he's like going after the rest of the Straw Hat crew, he can't even like kill them because he's only using his spider legs and nothing else. And then he's like, oh, this is a waste of my fucking time. I'm just going to run. So he does. So he goes to the next thing. These insects, I won't bother with them. Like, it just makes him look like not a very terrifying presence. And when they brought the other 5 elders in there, the same phenomenon happened where, because now there's so many, they can't give a whole lot of focus to them. So instead, they all only do one thing. Workery, I think, is the best example of that. That fucking goober is the equivalent to that goddamn Rick and Morty butter robot whose only purpose is to serve butter. All Workery can do is go into boar form and charge. That is all they show him doing. All he does is just charge. So like when the Giants arrive, which, by the way, super hype. I'm extremely excited that Elbaf is being brought into the mega mix here. Bragi Dory back in the fold now. It's very exciting that they're there. They're having a good time. They're super powerful. And Workery, all he does is just charge and headbutt. That's it. It just makes him seem kind of lame. He's like a E-Honda player in Street Fighter 6 just spamming that one headbutt special. That is all Workery does. So, like, it just makes it feel like he's not really a threat. He only can do one thing, and he's not even succeeding at it. Like, he's not even doing a good job with headbutting. And that's just so underwhelming for these 5 elders, whom we have this entire time been led to believe probably the most fearsome, terrifying creatures on the fucking face of that planet. And yet here all 5 of them are just getting toyed with, really. Getting laughed at, getting blasted around. Like, they can't even stop a broadcast. Like, they can't even find the transponder snail and destroy enough things to stop it. Granted, they have to be a little careful with the Mother Flame, I get that. But they just don't look as strong as we've been led to believe, because now all 5 of them were here, still basically getting embarrassed. Like, so far there hasn't been a moment where I'm actually concerned about a character because of the 5 elders' presence, because they're just not good at doing anything they aim to do here. I think it would have just been far stronger if it was only Saint Saturn who was up against everyone, the Giants, Luffy, the Straw Hat crew, all while trying to stop Vegapunk's desperate broadcast to the rest of the world to get the truth out there. And Saint Saturn, against all these odds, is still making it a close fight. That, I think, would have been a really strong showcase for the 5 elders and how scary they can be, that one of them is able to go against all of the strongest in the universe there. But the fact that all 5 show up and still can't succeed, it makes it seem like, well, Luffy will probably end up just fucking dog-walking them at some point. Like, it doesn't really feel like they're as terrifyingly powerful as I thought they were now. Whereas, again, if it was just Saturn there, I'd be left thinking like, damn, this is just one of them able to, you know, do so much across all of Egghead here. I can't even imagine what'll happen when the other 4 get involved. But now I don't have to imagine. I know what happens when the other 4 get involved. Still fucking nothing. They still can't, like, kill even, like, a giant or anything. They can't stop a broadcast. They can't do shit. Like, it just makes it feel like the 5 elders are just kind of weak. That's just, like, my main complaint so far with Egghead. It kind of took a lot of the oomph out of the 5 elders. Anyway, though, that's really, like, my only major complaint with the second half of Egghead. Like I said, didn't love the first half, but maybe it just wasn't my cup of tea. There's really nothing in there in particular I think was bad. Even, like, with the 5 elders, I don't think it's bad. It's just, I don't know, it felt a little underwhelming given how much had been built up about them is all. But overall, I think it's a very strong arc, and I'm really, really happy that I caught up to One Piece and I get to enjoy this in real time now as we're entering, like, you know, the end of this legendary series. I think it's a masterpiece. I will say, though, I don't expect anyone to follow suit and, like, force themselves to watch 300 episodes if they're not enjoying it. I think it's totally fine if you just don't like One Piece after X amount of episodes to just say it's not for you and be done with it. There's nothing wrong with that. I probably would have done the same thing if it wasn't for me being so spiteful. Like, I probably wouldn't have pushed through as hard as I did, and then I did actually fall in love with it. Again, not Stockholm Syndrome, just an acquired taste. My taste buds got a little more refined is all, as the show got better. Anyway, I just wanted to give you this yearly update here, basically. Fully caught up, we fucking did it. That's really about it, so yeah. I just saw a really interesting scam that I gotta yap about, because it reminded me of an experience I had when I first moved into my apartment out in the God's country on my own, finally leaving the nest of my parents. And boy howdy, let me tell you, I had a wacky experience with a scam that could have resulted in me missing a kidney, a nipple, and all $40 in my wallet. And the video I just watched from Inside Edition talks about a modern scam that feels like a new iteration of what I went through.
It's a blackmail caper stranger than fiction. This couple says they returned home to find their beloved dog missing from their backyard.
We were so scared. We didn't know what had happened to him.
Then came a phone call. Their 11-year-old beagle mix named Archer had been found. They say they were sent this photo showing the poor pooch with a terrible wound.
So some fucking scoundrels went and they actually did steal this couple's dog. So they kidnapped the dog and then called them to tell them that the dog had actually been found, but unfortunately it had gotten in an accident and it was going to need surgery. And then sending proof, they AI generated this image of their dog on an operating table at a vet. Now, why this kind of relates to what happened to me out of college in my apartment is because one day, randomly, I had received a phone call from a stranger, the fucking cold call out of nowhere from the boogeyman, and they started spinning a tall tale about how my mother was driving and ran over this guy's brother at the gas station, just fucking mowed him down like it was GTA, and it was now my responsibility to get over there and clear this all up. I don't even remember what they were demanding. I think it was like I bring money or something in order to squash it, and it was just an extremely tense situation, and I would ask for proof, and they're like, nope, your mother can't talk right now. I've got her, you know, she's too panicked, and I've got her, like, calm down, and I don't want to, like, you know, get her all excited again or something, like she's some kind of fucking zoo animal or something. But, like, at the time, I was just like, okay, man, I guess Mom done made a big old boo-boo here. Come on, what were you thinking, Mom? Jeez, Jiminy Christmas, this is ridiculous. And at the time, it didn't really occur to me to start, like, interrogating, so I didn't ask, like, the best questions, but I was like, all right, if I can't talk to her, let me just go ahead and give her a call myself real quick just to, you know, see what's going on. And he's like, no, if you hang up this phone, I'm taking your mom, or something like that. Or maybe he was like, then the police will have to get involved and they'll beat you here. So I don't even remember now. It's been so many years. But basically, it was about, like, I need to go there and pay because my mom did this. And it was all just a big fucking lie over the phone. Eventually, I was like, you know what? This sounds fishy. Slowly but surely, I started breaking out of the genjutsu. This was a long conversation, mind you, of them trying to, like, really fucking use as much elbow grease as possible and, you know, get me out the door over there with some money for them or whatever it was. But eventually I was just like, all right, man, look, Squirt, this isn't adding up. I don't know why I can't talk to my mom about this if she's right there and you're, like, making this threat. It feels very off. Eventually I wisened up and finally started reaching the conclusion that this is likely phony baloney, but even in the slim chance that it wasn't, I kind of liked my mom's odds in this case here. If things did start to get rowdy, she carries, and I bet on her in this situation. So eventually I just hung up, gave her a ring. Obviously it turns out none of it was legitimate at all. It was just completely made up. It was a scam. But I really was considering going over there. In fact, I had even got my wallet and my keys, and I was like, all right, I'll just start making a trip over there because they gave me like an address to the gas station. The point is, this kind of thing is obviously alarming, and it kind of throws a lot of things out of whack in the old noodle up here. It makes steel trap all cattywampus. So this couple, when they got this call as well as this picture of their dog, they didn't like immediately recognize it as a scam, which I totally relate to. If I had received an AI-generated photo of my mom behind the wheel going like a Mr. Beast thumbnail from those scammers, I wouldn't have thought twice. I would have been out the door on my way over steaming like, oh.
Being prepped for surgery. Bill and Allison Cousins say the caller identified himself as a vet and said Archer had been run down by a car.
He was going to have surgery because he had a broken femur and a dislocated shoulder. And we were like, yes, whatever needs to be done.
Archer's panicked owners were told the surgery would cost $2,746. They were willing to pay up, but then they realized some things just didn't add up. First, they received a text instructing them to pay with Walmart or CVS gift cards.
As any reputable vet would request. We don't accept money or credit or anything like that. Only these extremely specific means through this text message here. Please click this link. And that's kind of how it happened for me, too. Like, eventually it's like, no, you gotta come over here. No, you can't talk to her. No, you can't hang up this phone, as if it was like, you know, fucking Keanu Reeves in Speed or something. Like, eventually it started to dawn on me, same as it did for them. Like, it's easy to look at this and be like, how did they not immediately recognize that as AI or, like, all just a bunch of fucking hullabaloo? But when you get, like, a call like this, it's alarming, it's jarring, and especially now with AI, it is enough to, like, fool you, at least temporarily. And they did actually have their dog stolen. In my case, they didn't, you know, fucking hog tie my mom or anything like that. You know, like, they were just straight up lying, but in their case, they actually did take their dog. So they had even more reason to believe that, okay, you know, maybe there's an air of legitimacy to all of this. Until, of course, they got that text message about how wacky the payment protocol was for this supposed vet. Then they started to really look at that photo they got sent of Archer on the table.
Then they were sent another photo of Archer post-surgery, this time with fancy bandages.
I'm like, this is exactly the same as the first picture, just the two doctors had moved.
And look at the date on the x-rays.
It says 12/21/2022.
Wow.
Holy shit, it's more serious than we thought. Arthur ran so fast that he traveled back in time 4 years. Must have been hit by the DeLorean or something. Oh my goodness heavens to Betsy. So yeah, when you really look at it, it falls apart. But the thing with the AI and scams, like we talked about with the AI voicemail scams, where AI scammers, not voicemail, but AI voice scammers, where they will emulate a loved one in order to try and like weasel money out of a relative. It doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be good enough. And since they're preying on people that are in a vulnerable state already, like them missing their dog and trying to exploit that, it's even more effective there because they're just really wanting their, you know, dog to be okay and safe, and they're willing to pay to ensure he gets proper care. So they're more willing to believe that.
Almost 4 years ago.
Correct.
Turns out the photos were entirely AI generated.
The AI scam failed, but the heartbroken owners were still missing their dog, Archer.
Then, 4 days later, Archer suddenly showed up at their front door in Deltona, Florida.
Here he is. Hey, Archer.
Here's our Archer.
I actually couldn't believe this shit right here. So the fucking scumbags that stole their dog from their property ended up returning the dog after they failed to get money out of this. That was a bigger subversion of my expectations than everything that happened with Game of Thrones at the end. I am shocked. Like, it doesn't redeem the scammers and dog nappers here, but I am happy at least that, you know, their heart grew 3 sizes there, like the Grinch, and they did decide to return the dog when they realized that this didn't work. Because I imagine in most cases with these fucking vile worms, they do not care about the dog or anything or the family, so they'll, I don't know, maybe kill the dog, have it put down, or, you know, throw it in a shelter or just release it into the wild on the side of the road or something like that. So I was really surprised to see that they actually did just bring the dog back.
Without being able to make a buck, the dog napper apparently decided to return Archer.
Archer.
Hey, buddy.
How do you try to take advantage of people when they're at their most vulnerable? Like, that's disgusting.
Archer's owners think he was confined because he's walking like he soared. The sheriff's department is investigating.
My guess is this isn't an isolated incident. I imagine that this is a group that goes out and actively searches for animals that they can steal and then try and, like, ransom to these families and mislead them by saying, like, oh, we found your dog and now we need this money in order to take care of their injuries, that kind of thing, just exploiting the vulnerability. And like she mentioned, it is very twisted. It is disgusting stuff, but that's what scammers prey on. That's what they look for. And now in the age of AI, they can more effectively manipulate their victims and more effectively convince them of basically anything they want. So, anyway, I saw this earlier today, and while it is, like, wacky, like the AI image they sent of, the, you know, the dog in surgery, and then it, you know, got all patched up there, and it's very clearly just AI-generated fucking hoopla. It is scary, though, because they did steal that dog, and they were looking for thousands of dollars from this family, trying to lead them to believe that it was going to a vet that cared for their beloved animal. Now, luckily it does have a happy ending. They got the dog back, but I imagine in most cases like this, family probably doesn't. So hopefully they do catch these assholes responsible. Anyway, just wanted to put this on your radar and yap about it. That's really about it. So, yeah, it's good. Pluribus is the latest from Vince Gilligan, and he proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that he just can't miss. He is just him. It's incredible how everything he's made, I like. More like Vince gurgling, because I am gargling and swallowing everything he puts out with a smile on my face. This man just knows how to tickle me. He is able to put out things that I just really, really enjoy. The only thing he's made that I can even think of where I had, like, multiple complaints was El Camino. And that really did feel like it was kind of more of a paycheck as opposed to a passion project that he wanted to see through. But even that wasn't bad or anything. Anyway, though, enough Gilligan glaze here. Let's talk about Pluribus. I think it is such a fascinating concept that is explored beautifully. In a nutshell, I'll avoid spoilers for now, but of course, I get into spoilers, so I'll give you a warning when we get there. The show is basically about an invasion, but not in the traditional sense that you're thinking of, where tiny green aliens come down, probe our butts, and suck our tits and everything. This is an invasion in the sense where everyone's mind on the planet all of a sudden joins together into a huge hive mind. After a mysterious discovery at the beginning of episode 1, and a set of circumstances that lead to a spread of some sort, everyone joins into this giant collective. And there is no longer any I, there is only we. And everyone on the planet, save for 13 survivors, are now part of that collective. And they're basically omniscient since they have the collective knowledge of all, 7 billion people except for these 13. And since they're spread out all over the planet and information hits all of them instantaneously, they can basically do and get anything like that, like magic. And the 13 survivors now inhabit this world with this not human entity that has taken over the humans, but it's like really nice. It's like super fucking polite. And we follow Carol Sturka, who is one of the 13, and she... now we're going to get into spoilers. Now it's spoilers time. Spoiler warning. She lost someone very dear to her. And she hates what's happened here because it is the death of individuality. These are not really people anymore. It's now a thing. And she doesn't like that, and she's fearful of when they eventually force her to join as well, she would lose herself. It's a really, really interesting concept, and Carol Sturka is played by Ray Seahorn, who's extremely talented. I'm sure if you've seen Better Call Saul, you already know that, but she crushes it in this role. She is alone. She is miserable. She's been through so much, and she continues to try and fight against this entity, and even tries to team up with the other survivors whom just aren't interested in it. They like this because this entity that has now joined the consciousness of all the humans on the planet is so fucking nice, so sweet. Granted, it's a big old dweeb, it's a huge twerp, basically talking to a Redditor 24/7, but it genuinely wants to make the 13 survivors happy. It will do anything they ask. It can't lie to them. It cannot hurt them. It will actually go out of its way, sacrificing people to help these survivors be happy. And even in one of the episodes, Carol's pushing them to their limits. What if I asked for an atom bomb? Would you give me that? And they're like, well, we wouldn't be happy about it, but we would. And it's just so interesting because it's understandable why the other survivors wouldn't really view this as a negative thing, because it is world peace. Nobody's getting hurt anymore. There's no dying. There's no conflict. It's complete tranquility and just infinite, sunshine and rainbows. But it's not real people anymore. It's now just this thing that has their minds and their souls. They're basically puppets, but they're very nice puppets. And the show is just so well written, which I've come to expect from Vince Gilligan's work. It is always impressive just how tight the writing is with its characters, and especially the narrative here, where even when there is something dark, a big reveal that Carol Sturka unveils about this entity, it's then able to be argued from their perspective, well, this is why we do that. We do that because X, Y, and Z. And when you hear their side of it, it's shit, that's pretty understandable. It's still hard to view them as evil bad guys, even though they are. They non-consensually did take over the entire planet's consciousness to join it together, because that's how it spreads, that's how it survives, and it believes it's a blessing. It believes it's doing everyone a favor, because everyone that joins is apparently extremely happy about it. So they're viewing it as this gift, but there are things about it that are weird and sketchy and even downright unforgivable. And when those get unveiled and Carol brings it up to the other survivors or to the hive mind, they have really strong arguments for why they have to do that to survive, because not only can they not hurt the survivors, they can't hurt any living creature. They won't step on an ant. They won't swat a mosquito. They won't pick a fucking apple. So it's so fascinating watching them explore this concept, because it is a bad thing. All the people on the planet no longer have their own agency. So if one of the survivors, one of them we see, ask them hey, I want you, all fucking 20 of you women, I want you all to come over here so we can fuck. They can't say no. They have to say yes, and they willingly do so because they love the survivors so much. They say that many times, no matter what gets done to them. Even Carol does some really bad things to them that you would think they'd want to strike back or stop her from doing. They don't. They still love her. And even when they separate, it's not on bad terms, and they still will do anything to provide for her and make her happy. It's just so, I can't express enough just how interesting it is. And of course, you're constantly wondering, is there a way to fix it? And as the episodes progress, there are some breadcrumbs about like, oh, maybe there is a way to fix this. And how are they going to figure out how to do that? There's only 13 of them on the planet, and no one wants to cooperate with Carol, except for a character that finally enters the fold that we've been introduced to earlier named Menousos, who is a great fucking character. This guy is like, from the second this happened, he's immediately, nose in the books trying to figure out how to stop it. He isolates from the hive mind, the others. He doesn't talk to them, doesn't interact with them. He is just constantly trying to figure out what he can do to fix this and save the world. Eventually, he gets some tapes from Carol, and now, at the season's conclusion, they are going to team up to try and figure out how to stop this, how to fix this, and bring everybody back. Because it seems like an impossible task. Yet, there were little glimmers of hope that there is a way, and Menousos got very creative with exploring and understanding how this joining worked in the first place. And I'm so curious to see where that goes in season 2, which I just read isn't exactly right around the corner, which is a little disappointing. But anyway, I have very few complaints about this show. As you can tell, I really did enjoy it a lot. It's not a show I think everyone's going to like. It is a slow burn. A lot of this is very much spending time with Carol Sturka, processing everything and grieving what she's lost and trying to come to terms and trying to figure out how to live in this new world while also trying to fight back against them. And then also the confusion that comes with it because they are extremely nice. And none of the other survivors seem to think it's a bad thing. They view it as like the best thing that ever happened to them and the planet as a whole. So like then it gets confusing with, well, maybe she's in the wrong. And even you as the viewer, since you keep seeing how nice they are and how they're able to explain things that would ordinarily be like inexplicable, you start to wonder, well, are they even really that evil in the first place? Like, it is just really well done. I think they have crushed it. And I really like Menousos' character as well. I know I'm highlighting Carol because she is the main character, but Menousos is great. Like, I think he has been such an interesting contrast to Carol's journey, where Carol from the very beginning immediately was like cooperating with them, not because she liked them or anything, but because she was trying to understand more about them directly and try and figure out how to fight them. Menousos, completely on his own, fucking pulled himself up by his own bootstraps, dusted off his shoulder, just got to business, and anytime they even tried to interact with him, he told them to fuck right off. He would even threaten to, like, kill them. He wants nothing to do with them, and he tries his best to avoid taking things from other people, even though the people aren't there anymore. So he chooses not to. So instead of flying from Paraguay all the way to Carol, which he could do with the others, even offering it to him, saying like, hey, we can get you there in a couple of hours. He's like, nope, you can go kick rocks, eat dirt. I'm going to make this long journey and hike through extremely dangerous conditions here to do it myself. It's very cool. I like the show a lot. Like I said, it's not going to be for everybody, and I know that. Now, all this being said, I do have a pretty big complaint. Since there are so few survivors in the show, there's not a lot of opportunity for characters to be interacting with one another. Now, of course, there's a lot of individuals from the hive mind, but that's all the same character. That is one character, even though it's got a bunch of different faces. So even though Carol spends a lot of time with, Zosha from the hive mind and interacts with other characters from the hive mind, she's still interacting with just that same character. Same with all the other survivors we see interacting with the hive mind. That is still just one character. So I feel like we miss out on a lot of like character interactions because it's mainly Carol and the hive mind and nobody else until Menousos gets there, and then we get to see Menousos interact with the hive mind. But again, the hive mind is one character. So instead of like in Breaking Bad or something where there's a big cast of characters that you see interact pretty often, here not so much. And even from the survivor side, outside of Menousos and Carol, there's really only one other survivor that we see a handful of times, and he's just basically the pervert, this is great, I get to fuck all the time, and I get to live in Las Vegas, and everything's at my disposal, like Air Force One, yippee. Other than that, the only other survivor we see is one that is very energetic, enthusiastic about joining the hive mind, and that's it. And they don't interact. We don't see a whole lot of interaction. So that was just something that kind of left me feeling a little underwhelmed with how little we see characters themselves talk to each other. But that's also kind of the point. Carol is alone. And even with the hive mind being around, that's not really a person there. You're still alone. It's kind of like using ChatGPT as your best friend. It's there to just make you feel good and just like do what it can to keep you hooked on it. That's kind of like interacting with the hive mind in Pluribus. It is literally there to just always be your yes man and nothing else, to make you try and feel good. And that's it. So like you don't get real character interaction, so it does feel very isolating, which I think is a good thing, but also from a viewer's perspective, I just would have liked to seen more with characters interacting. And now that Manusos and Carol are like teaming up, I'm sure we will. And the little bits and pieces we got of that at the end of the season were good. I'm just hoping for more going forward, that's all. That's like my only like complaint about season 1 of Pluribus. Overall, I think it was just a great series. I highly recommend it, but I don't think everyone's going to like it. It is slow. But for me, that's not a big deal, so Pluribus I thought slapped. That's about it. So yep. Dispatch continues to have me in a titty twister here. I am just gripped. I'm so invested in the world and its characters. And you could argue there might be a bit of bias there since I play Sonar, but I think that argument is a load of hooey. You can put that right in the toilet, because even if it wasn't me voicing Sonar in this game, I would still love the character and pretty much every character in this game. The whole thing is just so compelling. It's just so entertaining. It's well written. It's fun. It's fresh. And every Wednesday I'm looking forward to the 2 new episodes that drop. So I wanted to, of course, give you another little montage here from episodes 5 and 6 from some of my favorite moments, and mainly a lot of like Sonar moments. Sonar is special, and the experience was amazing, and I think seeing the results here, it's pretty clear that a decade from now, we're all going to look back on this moment, that character, and recognize that this was the time when video game voice acting reached its apotheosis with my portrayal of Sonar in Dispatch. And I also think the character is just so well-rounded that he's probably going to be talked about in the same way that Mario is. When you think of video games 20 years from now, you'll think of Mario, you'll think of Sonic, you'll think of Master Chief, and you'll think of Sonar. Oh, 35s. Come on, Robert. Get Sonar to help you put up the big boy weight. Oh, now we're cooking. That's kilograms. I don't believe in kilograms. I only know freedom units.
That made that less real.
There were many contributing factors.
Would that be a date with Blonde Blazer or Mandy?
Oh, I don't know. Which would you prefer?
Blonde Blazer.
And that's not a trap. I'm both of them. That's
Mandy.
out loud, but you know what I mean.
If I'm pressed, I think I'd prefer the girl from the other night. So yeah, Team Mandy for me.
Okay. I'll let you know when I come up with something.
Now she fucking hates me.
Can't wait.
Team Mandy, huh? Okay.
Have a good shift.
Fuck you, Robert. Puny dweeb.
Bro. Let's do this.
Time to max out Sonar. I don't know. I don't feel like this is going to be the team to discourage bullying all that effectively. Let's throw him in there anyway.
Quick heads up, Sona is in a mood this morning.
That way we can go there instantly.
Miss a shot or something?
Power was out at my place. Couldn't even check
Nice
up
and
on
easy.
my investments.
Oh no, the numbers that go up and down every day. You'll be fine.
I pray you
See,
never know
nice
what
and
it's
quick.
like to lose something.
Upcoming project.
Mystery and intellect. Send someone unassumingly strong, that's Sonar.
My rejected
Easy
TEDx
solo.
San Antonio talk will finally get the recognition it deserves.
Goddamn right it will.
Sometimes reaching a certain point will have an effect. Like this one, which will guarantee a fail.
What? Guarantee a fail? But I've had a perfect day.
Look, if you wanted to grab dinner, all you had to do is ask.
Oh no! Oh, we're good.
You're not my type.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
We got another Sonar point, baby.
Half man,
We're going
half
crazy.
man, all freak.
I feel like I should just keep juicing down here. Where's my boy Royd at?
With the red ring. They run half the crime in the county. We were bound to bother them at some point.
Watch yourself. You poke the hive, you're gonna have to fuck the queen.
That's not how bees work.
You know what I mean.
I don't, actually. No one's
That's
trying
exactly
to
how
fuck
bees
Shroud.
work, actually.
But if we kill the queen, we rot the hive.
You would do that. Kill Shroud. 'Cause you
Hell
might get
yeah.
a chance. And you don't want to go in there having to think about it. You gotta know.
Shroud killed him, Chase. There's only one thing I can do.
You know that's not true. I'm not sure your dad would want it that way.
You're not sure. Should we ask him?
Yeah, get the Ouija board out.
Point taken.
We'll find a spiritual medium to
Mecha Man's
communicate
coming
with
back
him.
to life one patch at a time.
Give me something with intelligence.
Damn.
Okay, here we have to convince them.
I'm here to
There we
hustle.
go. Oh, the XP of this scenario will be 2x. This is the perfect tag team.
I have extra flashlights if people, any takers. Okay, more for me.
I can hear your heartbeat. Sound like a fart on a car seat. And I can read your mind.
Wow, the lyrics are inspired.
Why are you out here?
What the fuck?
You want a drink?
Sure. Dude, be honest. Am I going to make a fool of myself if I sing Whitney Houston?
Are you Whitney Houston?
No.
Then yeah, you will.
Fuck. Is it right?
Sonar!
For you.
Wait, it's kind of hard for me, but look, I know it was probably a by the books, bottom line kind of decision, but thanks.
Oh, how cute.
Are you lost or something, bitch? Or you trying to get fucked up? A lot of bars around here, fool. Why'd you pick this one? You got a death wish, homie?
Just here. Let's go get a drink.
No one's talking to you, fucking what
I see they finally gave you some arms that can reach your dick.
There's some people that want to talk to you, you piece of bitch.
Fair fight. Oh, wow. I got cooked. Sonar, help! Oh, that's good. Oh, some of the songs are the same. Gotcha.
You wash your hands after touching all them filthy nutsacks?
Thought he seemed salty.
Sonar, help! See, I knew there'd be a way to get Golem in here. What a good team we make. Oh, shit.
Yeah, we know this Robert guy is a front. Who are you? Really?
Ah, Mecha Man. Fuck you guys.
You're right. Front. This guy, Robert, is a mask.
I'm Tony Stark.
He's the guy who sits behind his desk, biding his time, dreaming of the day he gets back in the fight. I haven't told you who I was because I'm kind of starting to like you all, and I'm not sure you're gonna like the real me. But the difference between this team getting by and this team being great is trust. So you should get to know the real me.
I'm Phenomenon.
No fucking way. Can't be.
Could be.
That's like a real superhero.
It is you. You little shit.
Sonar, thank you.
Just a bit of water, come on. Wow.
Fuck you. Fuck all of you fucking fuckers.
What a fucking loser.
Thanks. You saved my life.
Yup. Thanks for the drink.
So, I expected to be burnt to a crisp by now, and I didn't plan any of this next part. Anybody else got something to say?
My name's Courtney.
Boo!
Nice to meet
Not
you.
as cool as Mecha Man.
Herm. Sometimes Herman or Hermie, but my grandma calls me Herm, so Herm.
My name's Victor.
Oh, I forgot that's my real name.
I'm
I didn't remember that at all.
What smoke?
Shut it down!
Uh-oh. Another failed protopulse. But this one's emitting anthrax. Sonar, do something!
Locked down. Oh, fuck, I'm on it.
Entertain Hobbs the cat while his owner is away. This has to be a Golem solo. I don't have flambe. I don't even know what this would be. Ooh, it'd have to be charisma, right? So probably Sonar. Sonar can probably solo this. I'm just gonna do Golem though.
Alright, guy.
I think Golem can do it. Wait, why am I ones? These aren't typically ones for Golem, are they? Easy enough.
Hello? Yes, it's that time of month again. Send your finest over to clean my abode.
Oh, yikes. I really need Sonar not in bat form. I have a plan. I need another call to come through ASAP. Please. Good lord, please, give me another call. Fucking anything! Help Grandma across the street! Give me a call! Unlucky. That's tragic. Prism's my next best there.
I thought you said you
Tell me you soloed it, Golem. I need good news.
Night, everyone. Oh, I'm pretty fucking beat.
Oh, Golem, you've done it! What the fuck?
I'm good. I'll fly over in a bit.
I would like a ride.
I just hit the 33%. That's huge. Hey, Sonar! Oh shit. Oh god. Now it's gonna get complicated.
Can't shoot what you can't see.
Look, this is really great work, but doing this tonight is out of the question. Hitting a secure location like this is something they would handle downtown.
Are you kidding? There's enough firepower in this room to take down a fucking kaiju.
Oh no, don't make me choose sides here.
Please, y'all wouldn't make it.
Oh no, don't make me choose sides. I can't handle it.
Hey, no need for that. We take the day to plan it with downtown and hit the warehouse tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? This thing's not gonna sit still for that long. If we don't grab it,
Fuck! Ah, we have to go tonight. We have to go tonight.
They're ready.
Blazer, I'm sorry.
Robert, no. It's not happening.
Fuck. There it goes. Now I'm just not getting any pussy. I
go
ruined it.
She said no. You understand that word, or has it got too many fucking syllables for you?
Why don't you go walk your ass around a mall, Grandpa? Heroes are talking.
You are no fucking hero.
Whoa, hey!
She named you Invisigal, you named yourself Invisibitch, and you had it fucking right.
Chase, you're drunk.
Damn,
You
Chase.
need to stop talking.
You want to get people hurt, get people fucking killed, then you need to go back to the team where you belong.
Hey, everybody just calm
I couldn't decide. I couldn't decide.
This is crazy.
She thinks she's like you, but she's not. Robert doesn't need to keep going out there with no powers, putting his life on the line to make up for assholes like you. He doesn't need to be Mecha Man to be a hero. You playing them, you playing yourself. You think you're invisible, but I fucking see you.
You don't know anything about me.
I know you're a liar, criminal. I know you're fucking dangerous. What else do I need to know? There. Now I know you're a coward.
Oh my god. Busy! Wait!
That was a nice uppercut. That bitch sent his ass.
So shot.
How are you not dead?
Chase, are you alright?
That's enough for tonight. I'm sorry this turned into whatever just happened.
Hey, it's not ruined yet. I thought I fucking
One
ruined
word
it.
about what happened tonight fucking answers to me.
I thought I fucking blew
Got
it.
it.
I couldn't decide.
Visigal.
Yeah, so I might have to do that once a month.
Hey, his
or
eyebrows
so,
are back.
As a release of my hatred for you.
Like he was fated. So, obviously, I gave her the pep talk, you know. Like, that's all bullshit. You make up your own fate, yada yada. I don't even remember what I said, but I do remember thinking, oh, fuck. Yeah, that must have been hard. Like, if I didn't have you, you know, and my dad, where would I have ended up?
Behind a desk, just not at a superhero agency. You have no fucking powers,
You
brother.
were always good. That was always in you. It's what makes us different from a thief like her.
Okay, maybe if I can hack into the system, I can trace the energy signal. Check the manifest.
Something would be great. Yeah, let's start with something.
Man, she's doing so much more for me than Blonde Blazer ever has. But Blonde Blazer was so nice, and she never threatened to peg me.
Shit, they're onto me.
Oh, hey, there's a door to your left.
Fuck, it's locked. Feel free to take your time. Just catching up with some old friends.
I really hope Blonde Blazer comes and helps. Otherwise, I'm gonna feel real stupid for my choice.
Got it.
I need the password.
Visigal, stop!
Shroud, behind you!
No.
No!
Hey, Busy, stay calm. Your inhaler, it's...
Few feet in front of you, okay? You gotta get to it.
Hey, Busy, he's just gonna keep fucking with you, but you don't give up, okay? Busy, you gotta fight. Please. Busy, hey, listen to me. You get up. Get up!
Beef, we gotta do something.
Keep up.
Oh no. Oh, that's tragic.
You're...
He won't die, right? He's still got plenty of years. He didn't even run that far. No shot. He fought crime for years using his powers. There's no way he's dead. He's 40 with the body of an 80-year-old. I know, I just feel like... I feel like he could handle that, though. That was very short. Like, that run was super short. I don't think it would blow up his heart that quickly. I don't know, though. It probably did. God damn it, that was so good. Now we wait till next Wednesday. We're talking about something very serious today. Throughout the video, you're going to see my shirt changes. It's not some kind of, like, crazy, wacky, you know, magic trick from America's Got Talent or anything. I actually filmed this video earlier this morning when the story first broke. It's the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota at the hands of border agents. And I made the video, but I was pretty heated and I wanted to kind of simmer down and take a break, so I went out before posting it. I just got home, and now even more angles and videos have been released that show beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here. And it seems like the execution stems from them finding out that he had a gun on his person. His Second Amendment rights. In all of the videos that exist, there is not a single moment where he is reaching for the gun, brandishing it, threatening with it, or anything at all, and we have video that shows the entire interaction from start to finish. His name was Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement outside of a couple of traffic tickets, and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his life being shot multiple times by these agents, all because of him exercising his Second Amendment rights, which again, he wasn't trying to use as an intimidation tactic on the officers or anything like that. When they were beating him on the ground, pistol whipping him on the ground, they happened to see that he had a gun, apparently. He wasn't throwing it at them as like a threat or something, or brandishing it or anything. He simply had it on him, which he was well within his right to do, and he got murdered for it. This is completely unacceptable, and the fucking drones that are somehow like parading around like this is some kind of victory or something is sickening. It should be viewed as treasonous by any real Americans when you see this footage. And they had the gall to say that Alex Preddy was like the instigator, labeling him a domestic terrorist I saw from a couple of places, claiming that he approached these agents with a 9mm. He approached them with a gun looking to start shit. But that is not true. In all of the videos you see, he has a phone in his hands. Not a gun in his hands, he has a phone in his hands. No sane person would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is blatantly obvious what they're trying to do. And it's something they've been doing a lot recently. Trying to tell you that what you're seeing isn't real. Trust their words, not your eyes. That is completely fucking outrageous, and people are willingly doing it. That's the craziest part. There are people that are like, oh, I saw he had his phone, but if they say it was a gun, well, that must have been a gun. I cannot believe we've reached this level of brainwashing. There are so many angles of this, and in every single one of them, you can see he has his phone in his hand, and at no point during this interaction did he ever, like, pull a gun on them or anything. And in fact, in one of the angles, you can even clearly see that the agents actually took the gun from him prior to him being shot. You can actually see what looks to be one of the agents disarming him, taking the gun out of its holster and running away with the gun prior to him being shot. And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear that I think is completely irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. So he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back. Just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him. And now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did. That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right there. He has his phone in his hand, and then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
Go! What the fuck is wrong with you?
In this section, you can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly!
I'm gonna stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the agents says gun, and that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get your own people shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute a man because you fucking freaked out and panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and like shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun, and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground in the first place and started beating him, with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way. In other angles, you can see a guy just like pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with his gun. Like, it should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not like a threat or something. Like, he threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. Like, all because he was fucking filming and trying to help other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading around like this is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not even American. You're a fucking drone if you actually think this is a good thing. All you care about is just like sucking wiener from the authorities now all of a sudden. You care more about just being on a team than you do thinking for yourself. It's fucking tragic. It is embarrassing. This is crazy now that I'm seeing people justify this guy's murder because he had a weapon. Wake the fuck up. This is America. You can carry weapons. I sometimes carry a gun in public. I have friends who every day carry. It is your right as an American to carry a firearm if you so choose. That is not grounds for a murder. And based on all of the video footage, all of the available evidence, this guy was not brandishing it or anything like that. Thus, he wasn't threatening anyone or about to shoot someone with it, so they had to kill him to stop him. That doesn't seem to be the case. They're now just using the fact that he had a gun as a justification to kill him. That should be extremely alarming to anyone who cares about 2A. Like, again, him having it should not be an issue. And any real, actual American, like a real patriot, should be arguing for his right to carry, because it is something that we have the right to do, and that should not be a justification for this man being killed by these agents. This point that they're trying to beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens, which is just not the case. There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles that have been snatched up in all of this, and those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House, and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why isn't that happening? If the goal is getting rapists and pedophiles off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society, why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota trying to do it? You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. An administration is actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients. So if the goal is to get this kind of evil out of this country, why would you not start with what is provably a spot that has so many of them? Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the longest time. And now that it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of their favorite politicians are potentially wrapped up in it, they just want to drop it and forget about it. Absolutely unhinged, by the way. It's crazy. So many people for the longest time were adamant against like government surveillance and Big Brother watching them being a huge concern. Now, plenty of people are welcoming it with open arms and a huge smile on their face. For the longest time, people would be preaching about the importance of the Second Amendment and gun rights. And now, even with this, they're saying, well, he had a gun, which means that's an executable offense. So it seems like they now no longer believe in Americans' right to own guns or carry guns, which was a core component of like the right for a long time, where there was like this big fear about they're coming for our guns. And now the same people that were arguing like to protect that are now arguing against it, saying, well, this guy deserved to die because he had a gun with him. It's a fundamental right of Americans to have guns, gun ownership. You can carry them in public too. Like that, you shouldn't be killed for that. And in the footage here, it doesn't seem like he was brandishing it or anything. And also, the same people that only like a year and a half ago were constantly telling you to question the government, that you can't trust anything that comes out of the government, the authorities always lying to you, are now just willingly, blindly, unquestioningly following anything authorities tell them to believe in, and shut out any and all thought and just have the hive mind think for them. It is crazy because it seems like the only actual belief of some of these fucking brainwashed drones is relentless cock gobbling. All they want to do is swallow boots and penis from the government. So if the administration or the news, which they used to hate the news, but now that the news just parrots points from big government that they like to clap their hands at like seals, they now just trust all of it all of a sudden, even though there's been no big change with these mainstream media outlets, by the way, that they used to not trust only a year and a half ago. But now, anytime they hear something from the news or anything that comes from the government, they will just immediately accept without a second thought, and then attack anyone else that is saying differently, or even just probing them to maybe think a little bit more about the narratives. Keep in mind, the government themselves are currently not even complying with their own laws that Trump has signed, like the Epstein Transparency Act, where the DOJ is still putting up a fight and are over a month late to compliance with releasing the Epstein files. They are still fighting tooth and nail to not release them, and even recently, only a week ago, outright said maybe there's no court that can force them to order this. They didn't even say maybe. I gave them a very charitable thing right there. They actually said courts can't force them to do this, and that if they don't comply, there's nothing anyone can do. They can't be sued. If the DOJ doesn't comply, go fuck yourself, pussy. That's basically their sentiment. They are not complying with their own fucking laws, and yet people are still willing to overlook that in order to just keep, like, playing for the same team. It's like it's a competition to see who can think the least and who can regurgitate enough from the hive mind to be, like, the biggest super fan of their side. It's fucking despicable. It's actually crazy. This is real sheep behavior. I know a lot of these people like to say sheep, sheep, sheep for the longest time, but now they are actually the epitome of that. Here's just a little thought experiment if you can break through the programming for a second. Imagine what's happening in Minnesota was happening under Obama or Biden, where there were masked agents that were constantly surveilling you, and even at times asking for your papers, your documents to prove you're an American citizen, constantly needing to provide your private information to these masked agents. And these agents also had killed 2 American citizens. What do you think your response would be? Would you be like, oh yes, please, everyone needs to comply with this. This is good. This is what I want. This is what I look for in Obama or Biden. This is what I'm happy about. Would you be as excited then as you are now in that scenario? My guess would be probably not, because you would rightfully view this as an infringement on your rights as an American. Your Second Amendment right, where apparently even carrying a gun now is a crime punishable by death. Like, this isn't something anyone should be championing for, but because it's become such like a team-focused sport, people delude themselves into thinking that they have to support this, and thus they will abandon all of their beliefs in order to stay on this side. It's crazy to me. I truly don't even know what the solution here is, because people are just willingly, on their own accord, no longer trusting what they see and what they know to be true. They would rather just have the government tell them what to think and what's true. So that way they don't have to do any level of thought for their own. How do you fix that? I genuinely do not know. I have no idea. I don't know how you can watch this footage and multiple angles of this situation and still come out trusting the government's word on the series of events that unfolded when you can yourself watch the footage and prove them false. What do you do to someone that just refuses to at least try and see things clearly? I don't know, but it's fucking tragic, and it's only getting worse. It is so fucking out of control. I had to yap about this. I've been actually fuming all day. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I know I've made quite a few videos covering these degenerate streamers that go live while streaming and then crash their vehicle, and I'm gonna keep doing it because I think they need to be clowned on endlessly, and I really think they need to be permabanned from the platforms in which they are broadcasting this deliberately dangerous action that is jeopardizing not only their lives, but the lives of all the innocent people around them on the road. Now this one basically fills out an entire fucking bingo sheet of these degenerate losers. There's nobody typing in his chat. He is broadcasting this garbage to actually nobody, just crickets. There is one person that's not like a bot or a mod there that said a word probably like 15 minutes ago that's still on screen, and yet he is still too focused on streaming to pay attention to the road. He stops at the red light momentarily and then says, fuck it, we'll do it live. Goes forward and then basically T-bones a car that's coming through. He runs a red light, blatantly filming his crime. Also, this corny bozo's got such a dog shit stream overlay, I can't help but laugh at it. He's got his kick name as a watermark in the top left of his stream, which has a logo, which is just two fingers doing this, which is something a 12-year-old might think was cool and edgy. And then on the top right, he has Plinko. Now, I don't know if he's trying to, like, promote some kind of gambling partner, but I find that hard to believe because he's not a very big streamer. I don't think he'd have, like, a contract to try and promote Plinko on Steak or something like that, because he wouldn't be driving a lot of traffic there. No pun intended, because this guy can't drive for shit, clearly. But I imagine that he's probably not actually contracted to do that, so maybe he's trying to fish for referrals to get himself out of the hole, maybe. Or maybe it's like Plinko as some kind of community building thing where, like, his chat plays Plinko with imaginary points, fucking Monopoly money. I don't know. But I just found that overlay to be extremely silly. And imagine it is actually like a community thing where it's not real money or something. I don't know why he'd have that there. There is no community. Like, it doesn't seem like there's anyone alive in chat with a pulse, so who would be playing that? It'd just be him dropping his Plinko ball by himself, just sad and lonely every time.
Oh my god.
Astute observers may have noticed something anomalous in the chat there. This is right after a crash, a car crash, and chat didn't move. Not a single message, not a peep. Typically, in even the smallest of streams, when something happens, literally anything stimulating, even fucking jingling keys, you'll have people going, oh, wow, 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 look at the wow, wow, wow. Here, nothing. There is literally no one here. It's fucking tumbleweed in this guy's chat rolling through. He gets in a car accident and still not a single message comes across. So there is nobody there. Not his mods, not someone that had this open in the background by accident. Maybe there might be a few viewers that fell asleep. It's probably botted, would be my guess. Why are you even streaming while driving in the first place? Nobody's even fucking watching, brother. This is so unbelievably embarrassing that you jeopardized not only your life, but the life of an innocent person who did nothing wrong, obeying the road rules, and you come out, run the red light, and fucking blast them. I can only pray that they didn't suffer any injuries at your absolute brain-dead lobotomite ass getting behind the wheel while trying to stream to an audience of nobody.
Oh my god, what happened, bro? Oh my god, bro. How the fuck that happened?
I'm fucking dumb, bro. I got him. I clipped him. I didn't know where I was. I just fucking went straight.
Damn, bro. Let me get off.
It's all good, bro. It's my fault, bro. I told you. Sometime I was chasing you, bro. I was trying to fucking go.
What's up?
It's my homie Vito, bro. Fucking streaming right now and shit.
Yeah.
Turn off the stream, dude. I don't want to come out in that video.
Oh, I can't turn it off. It's my job, but
Yeah.
I won't have you on
Don't
that
go.
stream.
Good news, another Kick streamer arrives at the scene to try and milk this for as much content as he can now, so he can put his mouth on the nipple here and suckle from the titty. He is now broadcasting from his perspective. Here, he knows the guy that got into the wreck, and he was doing LA night crawls and got word about this, so he pulls up here. The guy that you see walking with the guy who immediately owned up to it being his fault is the victim that was hit. So it seems like not overly injured. He's walking around, which is good to see. He requests not to be put on stream, asking, can you turn it off? He's like, nope, can't do that. It's my job. What a saint. Rest assured, this is great news. This is like, you know, fucking Superman arriving at the scene now. We can all breathe easy and celebrate. Another Kick streamer is here to make sure that nothing of value gets done here. And instead, just make sure to turn everything into content. So this poor dude, who was just minding his business, driving, who got blasted by another Kick streamer who was busy streaming, is now, unfortunately, being forced onto another Kick stream. And this guy lingers the entire time, even when the cops show up. He is still filming the victim here, even though he did request, please don't.
How did he clip him, bro? He needs to turn on his hazard lights or something, bro. Oh no, this is the entrance, so it's all good. God damn, dog.
This is the vehicle he clipped here. It's fucking totaled. This thing got clobbered. Now, it seems like one of the headlights is out here, and I went back to watch the initial impact to see if it was out at the time of impact. It seems like it might have been, but there's only like a single frame where I could find it, and it's a little hard to tell, but I think it might have been. I don't think that would have changed anything because this guy blatantly ran a red light and he has video evidence of it. He filmed himself running the red light and does openly admit to it being his fault, which I certainly wasn't expecting. I thought for sure he'd cross his arms and be like, nope, wasn't me. Why'd you hit my car? What were you doing? Huh? Couldn't help but notice you were missing a headlight. You just came out of nowhere and fucking annihilated me. That was on you. I thought for sure there'd be something like that and him trying to bury the video or something, but no, he did assume responsibility at the scene of the crash.
You know what's fucked up? You can't see the red, so I can't see if it's red, yellow, green. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of saw it through the screen, but yeah, I know what you mean.
I can't see the light on the other side, bro. I didn't even know there was a light. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Buster, if you can't see that this is red, you should not be behind the wheel of a car ever again. Period. It couldn't be made any more explicitly clear. Like, Jesus Christ, does God need to put an invisible wall here like a video game developer to keep you out? Like, how can you not tell that this is red? Also, he starts coming to a stop. He comes to like a pseudo stop and then decides to go through. If you didn't know it was red, why did you start stopping in the first place, buddy? What are you talking about? Then he had the gall to say he didn't even know there was a light there? Are you driving with your eyes closed or something? Like, what are you doing? Letting the Force try and, like, guide you around or something? What do you mean you didn't know there was a light there? Are you even lucid? Like, what, you pop fucking 50 perks or something then drive? How would you not know there was a light there? Also, you were coming to a stop. You had to know there was something in front of you. What was making you put your foot on the brake? That is like the worst possible excuse when you have video evidence that you yourself recorded to the contrary. I think what happened is, when he was slowing down at the red light, he was probably too distracted looking at his stream. He did say, when he walked over to the other guy that showed up, that he was trying to catch him. I think he was probably watching that guy's stream in the car and wanted to get to him quicker so he wouldn't be left in the dust or something. So then he decided, fuck it, I don't see anyone else coming right now. I'm just going to run this red light without actually doing a full survey, and then just ran the fucking red light and then clipped this guy. Now, driving with a headlight out is dangerous, obviously. But I don't think that was a contributing factor to what happened here. He was unfortunately subjected to the natural disaster of a fucking kick streamer behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's like a terrorist attack. When you have a kick streamer streaming in a car, you best stay inside, because that is a disaster waiting to happen. This shit seems to be happening every week now.
So dumb. I thought it was just a left turn.
Yeah. He's just waiting for a tow truck now?
It's not to be here right now, bro.
Yeah. I was doing calls and I got this alert on Citizens, so we came to check it out and it was your car.
It was me?
The J-Foo says, the clip clearly shows 3 red lights.
I'm on it, fool.
10 minutes ago.
Follow me up.
A grim, sickening look into the poisoned mind of a clout goblin, using what could have been fatal accident as a plug for his content. Yep. Luckily, no one died here. Very easily, they could have. That guy's car was in terrible shape. It got absolutely obliterated. It is a miracle that he wasn't, like, actually seriously injured. And he, the streamer himself, also could have died, too. But at the end of the day, since no one died, there's no one being buried. That's just fucking content, baby. Send it. So he starts plugging his shit. Just so despicably shameless. I really think that there's got to be some kind of crackdown on this type of shit, right? Like, it is just completely out of control. It is happening all the time with these degenerate streamers streaming while driving and inevitably crashing. Like, come on. It's so absurd now. Like, I really think when something like this happens, I think they should lose their license. Like, I think this guy should not be driving again. Full stop. Like, he can't be trusted behind the wheel of a car. Like, I think that's what I've learned. But anyway, just had to make fun of this asshole here. These driving streams, it's getting scary out there. That's really about it. See ya. Good morning, traveler. You're looking awfully well rested. I'm jealous. Wish I could say the same. I missed out on shut-eye again for the millionth time over the last 12 months. I tell you, that insomnia's powerful spell. Got me in the nipple clamps. But it's not about me. I'm not here to just trauma dump on you. What say you to listening to me regale a riveting story? Have you heard of the High Elves? Every one of them dirty bastards done started an OnlyFans. Point I'm making. OnlyFans is everywhere now. If you open your mouth to take a breath, the first thing that gets into your lungs is not oxygen, it's fucking OnlyFans being shoved down your throat. It is inescapable. The only thing more popular than OnlyFans is gambling. The two healthiest pillars of a sane society, gambling and OnlyFans. And as you may have guessed, I haven't slept again. And in an effort to make myself sleepy, I started just doom scrolling, which never fucking works. But I did stumble across a very interesting feud in the OnlyFans world where a creator is calling out the queen of OnlyFans, Sophie Rain, the LeBron of lingerie, the Tiger Woods of wood, the Tom Brady of lady, the Wayne Gretzky of latex ski. I'm just fucking pulling this out of my butthole right now. I'm going crazy with it. Sophie Rain is like the most popular creator on OnlyFans. You probably heard her name before because she's often flexing how much money she makes through OnlyFans. Unfathomable wealth, where she's posting screenshots claiming that she's making over $90 million through it and providing like proof to back up her claims and constantly defending that she's making this millions upon millions and millions of dollars there. And there's a creator calling that out as fake. And this creator actually has receipts to prove it. It feels like pretty strong evidence that those might not be accurate. And not only is she calling out Sophie Rain, but some people that are closely associated to Sophie Rain who are allegedly doing similar things with fake screenshots with their earnings being fudged.
Hey Piper, I saw you deleted this fake statement since we saw the typo and you've replaced it with this new fake statement, and you've added another million onto your net. I don't blame you. It's your first day on the job and we all make mistakes. I blame your management, the same management the Bop House uses, that's known for lying and scamming all their fans. I really hope you do better, because the shit that you bitches do is not cool.
This is that initial tweet screenshot, allegedly. Big whoops-a-daisy there. You can see that she forgot to get rid of the other money sign there. So that's clearly incorrect. And she deleted it and then posted another one with that error fixed. Piper Raquel's name is one that I've heard pretty recently because it's a pretty controversial story here where she was like a kid star or child influencer, some shit like that. And then very soon after she turned 18, she started an OnlyFans page to do OnlyFans content. And then starts flexing how she made $1 million in 24 hours. And then, no, it's actually $2 million, her first couple days on the job, that kind of thing. Which I know has happened before, like with Danielle Bregoli, Bad Baby. I know when she turned 18, she started an OnlyFans, and a bunch of those fucking weirdo freaks were like waiting, salivating on bated breath for her to open that OnlyFans, and they all gave her a bunch of money. I know that happened. It's just so fucking weird. Also, apparently she had paid a visit to the Bop House to collab with them when she was still 17. Bop House is a OnlyFans content creator house. Why are you collabing with a minor? A lot of people are speculating that they were trying to like push her into doing OnlyFans, and like them collabing was them trying to get her like, into the idea of opening OnlyFans when she's 18. Maybe to like lock her into a contract with the Bop House management team or something like that. Who knows, but it's still fucking weird no matter how you spin it. Anyway though, back to the feud itself. Jamie Liz is pointing out the fraudulent screenshot here, talking about how that's not real, which it clearly isn't. It was photoshopped.
Is Camilla. So the next bitch on my hit list is Camilla from the Bop House. The one that used her little minor brother for views, asking him to talk about how pink her pussy is? Yeah, that one. This is her supposedly deleted OnlyFans, active, saying available now. And then when I asked her about it here, are you gonna delete it? Just asking, because that's what you're saying all over your social media, babe. Just confused. She blocked me. That's why it says chat unavailable. And here's yet again another lying, scamming bitch to come out of the chopped house. But this one's extra weird. She used her family to promote it.
I was the one that did the censoring on her OnlyFans banner. Not in the original video, just playing it safe here on YouTube. I don't know what she was claiming about deleting her OnlyFans, but that OnlyFans creator, Camilla, that's someone I made a video on a long time ago because she used her brother, who is a child, mind you, to help promote her OnlyFans page. She actually did that. So, Jamie Liz is not wrong. That did happen, and that shit is extraordinarily weird. Borderline a crime, by the way, to have children promoting porn, right? Like, you would think that's probably big time frowned upon.
How does it feel to have a sister that has an OF?
My friends always ask me if it's pink, but I don't really know what they mean by that.
Nani? Do you know? Jesus Christ. Click the link in my bio. Just, I can't.
Marketing so innovative, Ubisoft is going to take a page out of her playbook pretty soon. So, that shit is indefensible. Now, Jamie Liz mentions that, calling it weird, which it definitely is, and then she's referencing, I guess, Camilla talking about how she's deleting her OnlyFans, but it doesn't seem like she actually is, thus she's scamming viewers. I'm guessing this game would be like, I'm deleting my OnlyFans, so come subscribe now while the content's still up, otherwise you're gonna miss out and it's gone forever. I'm just taking a guess, I'm spitballing because I can't actually find where she was saying that, but I have found a lot of people talking about it, so like a bunch of Reddit posts. In the least surprising news, Camilla has officially left OnlyFans to start selling people AI scam courses. Man, she is really just an absolute winner. Jackpot all around. Awesome. Going from OnlyFans to AI scam guru courses. And then saying also discreetly keeping her OnlyFans active. I don't feel like looking too hard to know if her OnlyFans is actually still active or not, if she followed through on deleting it. I have seen articles also reporting that she is now hawking baloney courses that are AI focused, so that seems to be her new hustle. And Jamie Liz, once again, was calling her out. And now, the big video where she was calling out Sophie Rain.
So Sophie Rain just posted a video showing her fake OnlyFans statements once again, and I'm about to poke a lot of holes in this shit. What color is this up here, guys? We can all see this, right? It's blue. It's blue, and this fake website that she fucking made, Jesus Christ. It's blue, yes? All right, let me show you real OnlyFans right here. Up here, white. White, not blue, right? Okay, next, when she says she reloads the page, let's get back to that right there. She's scrolling. She's scrolling. She's going up and down on the page. When you reload a page on OnlyFans, that's what happens. Every fucking time we get this little loading dial. Every goddamn time, it does not matter. On the white fucking screen, alright?
Yeah, to me that felt like kind of checkmate. The loading in particular. The screen, you could maybe say she's got premium OnlyFans that goes blue because she's top earner, top dog over there. Maybe you could mental gymnastics something there. But the loading thing, that's pretty hard to argue with, because that's replicatable. Like, if you have an OnlyFans and you, like, reload something, you can check for yourself, and based on what I'm seeing there and from what other people are reporting, Jamie Liz is right. Sophie Rain, when doing the scrolling, since no loading pops up, the OnlyFans logo doesn't pop up or anything like that, it does feel like that's fake. That does seem like that's pure dirty barnacles over there.
If this was really OnlyFans.com, down here, it would say OnlyFans.com, bro. You cannot zoom in and get rid of the browser when you're looking something up. Do you guys see this? You guys fucking see this? It does not say OnlyFans.com. Right here, OnlyFans.com. Let's load it again. Real fucking page. Load it again. OnlyFans.com. You scroll a little bit, yeah, it gets smaller. It doesn't disappear. You can't zoom in and make the fucking browser disappear. Are we kidding here, guys? Are we believing this shit again?
I'm not gonna lie. I had no fucking clue that the browser stayed up the entire time you were on web pages, but Jamie Liz is right. I checked it myself, not on OnlyFans, but like I just went on Google and I tried like scrolling around, I tried zooming in, and there was nothing I could do to just get rid of it. It does stay there the whole time. So if she really is on OnlyFans, Sophie Rain, if she is on OnlyFans and reloading like she claims she is, it would be there. That's pretty solid evidence, I would say. And I will also mention a lot of people, myself included, have been extremely skeptical of Sophie Rain's earnings. $90 million through OnlyFans in what, like 2 years or something? That is like inconceivable. And she blew up because she was like inundating Twitter with her ads. So she was having like rage bait being posted about her from all of like popular meme accounts constantly, daily, just trying to flood people's timeline with her just to keep her name out there. So it feels like it would be par for the course if she is also using these earnings, these crazy high numbers, to keep her name out there, keep it in people's mouths, to make people familiar with Sophie Rain's brand. And it is like eye-opening shit. You hear that an OnlyFans creator is making $90 million. She's making more than NBA player salaries. You start to pay attention to it. So the faking earnings does feel like it could be very in line with her marketing strategy, or if it's not her strategy, her management team's strategy, whoever's responsible for it.
I just find this shit incredibly sad and embarrassing that you have lied so much that you have to keep lying and keep lying and keep lying to cover up your lies, bro. Are you that insecure about what you're doing that you gotta fucking fake statements? You gotta tell everyone you make all this fucking money? That's how insecure you are, bro?
I'm sure any OnlyFans model could probably look at Sophie Rain's proof here and weigh in if it's legitimate or not, because everyone's OnlyFans earnings page is going to look similar. The only difference is going to be numbers. And since Jamie Liz does show like what the page should look like, and it's vastly different from Sophie Rain's, I'm inclined to believe her that Sophie Rain's is horseradish. Now, to Jamie Liz's statement here at the end that she's lying and faking these earnings coming from a place of like insecurity, I don't think that's what it is. Like I said, I think this is all just part of her marketing strategy. And I also think because she's like the face of the Bop House, I'm assuming she's also like an owner in some capacity of like the management team that's managing people like Piper Raquel. She's also using this as a way to lure more people into an OnlyFans career. By having these numbers constantly flaunted, there are tons and tons of girls that are going to see this and believe that this is like a really viable career option to make a lot of money very quickly. So they'll follow Sophie Rain and Piper Raquel's example. So I think this is also a way for her to try and get potential clients to sign with the Bop House or something like that, so her and her team can make more money off of them and their contracts. I think the whole thing is pretty scummy. It also preys on people that are in a desperate situation, which is a lot of people in the current day and age, where someone might see all this money that Sophie Rain and the Bop House is generating, these huge numbers that may or may not be accurate, and they just say, fuck it, I'm gonna do an OnlyFans too, and it doesn't go the same way it did for them. It is a scummy thing to do. And I think Jamie Liz is right to call it out. 100%. Now, again, I don't know a whole lot about OnlyFans, but what she's provided here seems pretty strong. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Wow. I just learned about the Switzerland ski resort fire last night, and what a devastating tragedy. At a ski resort bar, a fire broke out that claimed the lives of 40 people, and over 100 have been injured. As of me making this video right now, those are the numbers that are reported, and it is just heartbreaking. And what made me want to talk about it is there's a lot of videos floating around of people that were filming the fire instead of prioritizing escaping it. So there's videos of people that were still actively partying while filming this fire. Like, there's still music playing and everything, and people just not taking it seriously. They're busy filming it for social media. And I can't believe it. Social media has reached the point where it overrides people's basic survival instincts. To see people actively still partying as the entire building is being engulfed in a blazing inferno is unbelievable to me. There's multiple videos like this. You can see tons of people's phones are out here. So you get like a whole 360-degree video of this fire building until it is completely out of control, which doesn't take long. That's how fire works. And then people panicking, scrambling to escape, but for some it was just way too late. 40 people died in this. It's fucking tragic. And I still just can't believe that people would be like filming and partying while something like this is happening instead of escaping or helping others to escape as well. Like, maybe there were people that didn't know this was going on, and someone filming could have instead, let them know, like, hey, we got to get the fuck out of here or something. It's so weird to me that we've reached a point where people would prioritize social media updates as opposed to their own life. You know what's a lot cooler than a few handful of likes on TikTok? Being alive. I urge anyone watching this to remember that at the end of the day, social media is not the most important thing in your life. Your life is the most important thing in your life. So anytime there's something like a fire going on, don't think of it as like a potential unique content opportunity. I feel like so much of the world has become incredibly geared towards like content brain 100% of the time, when it just shouldn't be that way. You should always be trying to prioritize your actual life as opposed to like your digital footprint and whatever you do online and all that kind of thing. It's just very, very sad to see this.
Celebration in the Swiss Alps shows the chaos as the deadly flames spread at a bar popular with young people and tourists. You can hear the screaming, people scrambling for the exit as the flames rip through the confined spaces of the bar Le Constellation. Swiss authorities say about 40 people were killed and more than 100 injured in the fire that began at 1:30 a.m. The cause of the blaze now under investigation.
It's extremely hard to watch that footage. It's gut-wrenching. Now, in the news segment, they mentioned that the cause of the fire was still under investigation. As of me making this now, it appears they have a lead on it. They believe that sparklers were what caused it. The sparklers appeared to have led to what is referred to as a flashover incident where the fire spread very rapidly. Investigators would assess soundproofing foam used in the ceiling and whether anyone needs to be held criminally liable for the fire. The sparklers they're referring to are champagne bottle sparklers. Now, I've seen this picture floating around, which seems legitimate, but in the age of AI, I can never really be sure anymore. But I've seen this in quite a few different places, including actual publications. But even still, I always take everything with a whiff of uncertainty because, again, it could be, phony baloney AI. But in that picture, the soundproofing, the foam on the ceiling, that does match what appears to be catching on fire in the videos that were filmed. So, regardless, it seems like it was the champagne bottle sparklers that started this incident, and it spread the fire very rapidly. It immediately reminded me of the 2003 Station nightclub fire, which killed 100 people, and the fire started in a very similar fashion where the acoustic foam paneling caught on fire during pyrotechnics. Here, the sparklers caught that foam on fire. Now, I believe the venue should be held liable. Now, of course, I'm not a Switzerland authority, nor am I a fucking fire marshal or anything like that. I am a 5'6" homunculus layman. But I feel like if you are going to be selling champagne with sparklers on top, you probably also shouldn't have exposed, highly flammable foam paneling, where if a sparkler is raised a little too high, it can just cause all of it to ignite. That's clearly a huge problem and a big oversight to be combining these two things. It is a recipe for disaster. Now, I don't know if this was like the first year this bar did the sparklers and champagne thing or not, because if they were doing it previously, I'm surprised it wouldn't have happened sooner if the layout and the materials have stayed exactly the same. Like, that does seem to just be a glaring issue to have that there while also selling sparklers. But anyway, I saw in an article that one of the bar owners said that it's been inspected 3 times in 10 years and it passed the regulations. Again, I am a fucking idiot when it comes to this kind of thing, but that feels like a very little amount of inspection to be conducted over the course of a decade. I feel like, and keep in mind, I'm not the owner of an event space or anything, but I feel like in order to ensure the safety of patrons, you would want that to be inspected a little more often than 3 times in 10 years. A lot can change over the course of that period of time, so I just feel like in order to ensure due diligence and ensure materials are still up to code and everything's still, as it should be, I would have expected that to be a little bit higher. And I've seen people questioning, well, what are the regulations when it comes to this kind of thing there? Like, I haven't seen any reports on if there were, like, sufficient escapes, Like, maybe there weren't enough escape routes for people to exit in case of emergency. I haven't seen anything about that as of me making this video right now, so there's just a lot of question marks in the air. But based on the videos I have seen, it really feels like this venue will likely be held liable, at least in some sense, for the fire, because it doesn't make sense why they would even be doing these sparkling champagne bottles while having known flammable material on the ceiling. And it's not like the ceiling is like 50 feet high where it would never touch it or anything. You can reach it by holding the champagne bottle up a little higher than you normally would. Again, at least based on some of the videos I've seen. So, like there's a video of the guy hitting the roof or the ceiling that has fire breaking out on it, where you can see the paneling. He's hitting it while standing with his shirt. So you can easily reach that. So if you're selling sparklers, which can start fires, and you're surrounded by this not super high ceiling that is full of these flammable materials, that's a problem. So personally, I just can't imagine authorities coming back and being like, oh yeah, the venue's not at fault at all. This is actually, totally normal. Because it just doesn't feel like it should be. In that case, maybe we need to update the fire inspection protocol over there, because I don't think you should be mixing flammable foam paneling with fucking champagne sparklers. It's an absolute fucking disaster. And it's so tragic, man. It's just so fucking sad. 40 lives lost, over 100 people injured on what is supposed to be an extremely happy celebratory day. It's so fucking awful, man. Anyway, wishing the best for everyone affected, all families, everyone that survived it as well. Just terrible stuff. Truly awful stuff. That's really about it. So yeah. Everyone's talking about the steam machine and soiling their britches, speculating on what the price might be, and it's been a big conversation in the gaming space that I want to weigh in on a little bit here. For those that don't know, the Steam Machine is Valve's latest device, their foray into console gaming. They recently had the Steam Deck come out to great success, and now the Steam Machine is their latest. It is apparently a pretty beefy piece of hardware aiming to deliver 6 times the power of the Steam Deck, capable of running games at 4K 60 FPS. Linus also recently made a video covering the Steam Machine, going over a lot of its capabilities and pretty much everything about it. It is very interesting, and the community's already started calling it the Valve Gabe Cube, which I think is adorable. Don't know if the name's going to stick or not, but I do fuck with that one. But even though this does seem really exciting, people are pretty concerned with what the price on it might be. Especially because apparently Valve has said to expect the pricing to be like a PC, not a console. Which is pretty vague, but it paints a picture that it's probably going to be a little more expensive than what you're expecting when it comes to like PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo pricing, because PC prices can vary drastically. There is a lot of wiggle room there for what the price might be. I got your fucking nose, you loser. Point is, people are a little worried that this might be like a $1,500 piece of hardware or something like that, which has led to a lot of debate in the community because that is much higher than traditional console prices, to the point where why would you even bother? You could just get like a full-fledged PC as opposed to getting the Steam machine instead. And a lot of things that people were speculating is that maybe it would be subsidized because they have the Steam storefront, like the Steam Deck, for example. The Steam Deck is the price that it is because they are able to take a bit of loss on the hardware itself because they make up for it with the Steam storefront, obviously. That, however, is not apparently going to be applicable to the Steam machine. According to Linus's video, they won't be following that same model where they're going to be, able to get the price of the Steam machine lower because of the storefront or anything like that, subsidizing through that. Instead, it is just going to be priced like a PC.
A major question mark, though, is of course price. Valve wasn't able to give any specific numbers due to rapidly evolving market conditions, but they will obviously have it nailed down when the Steam machine launches in Q1 2026 alongside the new Steam controller. They did give me one hint, though. They said that while they expect it to be very competitively priced with a PC, that it will be priced like a PC, rather than like a console with games subsidizing the upfront hardware purchase.
For a lot of people, this has been the biggest alarm bell. This has been the biggest red flag. This has been the poop in the soup here that a lot of people are concerned about, because if it's not going to be subsidized through like the storefront game sales or anything like that, it is just going to be a very expensive piece of hardware. What that price looks like, we don't know, but a lot of people are saying it's kind of dead on arrival just because of that, because based on the specs and everything here, it will probably be a very expensive console. Plus, it already feels kind of niche because console gamers, they might not really be interested in just having a PC console. They would probably, if they want to do that and make that switch, they'd probably just invest in like a full PC rig. And PC gamers already have a PC, so why would they want a PC gaming console? So it's been like this weird back and forth, and we don't really have definitive answers on a lot of this speculation or anything. The only definitive answer we do have is that the best PCs in the universe come from Starforge. So if you're looking to get a better PC yourself, go to Starforge and check out the options, see if it feels right for you. But when it comes to the Steam machine itself, it feels like it's going to be made or broken by its price. 100%. More so than most things, I would say. Now, before I give my, Cro-Magnon-ass thoughts on this whole thing, I want to give you Linus explaining why he believes that there's probably not being subsidized through the Steam storefront this time around to get the price on the hardware lower.
They wouldn't say why, but if I had to guess, I'd say it's partially to avoid stepping on the margin opportunities of their potential partners for Steam games and Steam software, but also because they recognize that the Steam machine is a full-fledged PC, capable of being used as a full-fledged PC. There's no guarantee then that, say, a corporate purchase of 10,000 of these things would result in a single game sale. So they really do need to protect the sustainability of their hardware business.
That last theory there, that game theory from Linus, was very interesting to me and something that didn't cross my noodle, naturally, because I'm a fucking moron, about, there might not be game sales for a big bulk order. Like if a corporation orders a bunch of these puppies here, that's probably not going to lead to them buying any games through the storefront, thus it's kind of moot to be subsidized through it in that case. So they're looking to protect the hardware investment itself. But, counterpoint to that, if a corporation is looking to buy 10,000 of these, why wouldn't they just buy 10,000 cheaper MacBooks? Because there are some Macs that are priced in like the $600 to $700 ballpark, to my understanding, at least from what I can find online, which is around the price of some of the consoles out there right now, where this is not going to be priced at that. This will most likely be more expensive than that. So why would they choose this over those options? I feel like this might not be the go-to for corporations. So even though the thought process isn't wrong, like if corporations do buy this, they're probably not going to be buying a fucking bunch of games out the wazoo here. But I also feel like in that case, they probably wouldn't just be buying the Steam machine in the first place for those needs. They'd probably look for other already established corporate norms of like Macs or something. So to me, I feel like the main target audience for the Steam machine would be Steam Deck owners. I feel like that'd be the primary demographic here that would be interested in purchasing it. But if the Steam machine is north of 1,000 clams, who in their right mind, save for those that maybe had just recently got a lobotomy, would actually want to pay that much money for the Steam machine when you could instead just spend that money on a more powerful PC? Like, yes, this is a pretty powerful piece of hardware, but the options in this price range, if it actually is like 1,000 plus, like a lot of doom and gloom people are saying it's going to be, the options in that range are more powerful than what you would get from the Steam machine in the first place. So if it is in that ballpark, why would anyone be buying it? You know what I mean? And I do agree with the sentiment from a lot of people that it lives in a confusing limbo where it's a little unclear, a little muddy who the actual customer is supposed to be. Because if you are already a PC gamer, this doesn't really offer anything that you'd want. You probably already have a rig far more powerful than this in the first place. How would you justify spending what could be $1,000+ on basically a tiny pre-built PC? And if you are a console-only gamer, you don't have any Steam games, you bah humbug Steam, want nothing to do with it, you don't engage in the PC gaming market, well, then you'd probably write this off as dead on arrival, rolling your eyes at the price point if it is like $1,000. Like, that probably wouldn't be enticing for someone to make this foray into PC gaming through the Steam machine. It would need to be priced much lower, priced at like a competitive console point for a console-only gamer to consider. At least I would think so. So it is in this very weird gray area. Then I think it is going to be purely dependent on what the price actually is, whether or not this is going to be like mass market adoption or something like that. But maybe that's not even the goal here. Maybe that's not even what Valve's aiming for. Maybe they're content just delivering a really niche piece of hardware. I don't really know. I'm also not convinced it is going to be $1,000+. I don't subscribe to that idea. I truly believe that the Steam machine will be sub 1,000. On stream I was speculating maybe up to like 800. Maybe 800 and some change, but I really don't see a world where this gets to 1,000 or over 1,000. I would be shocked if it did. Because I think it'd be very obvious to anybody out there that that is just too much for most people to want to spend on what the Steam machine is offering. At least I would think so. I say that, but then again, fucking Apple has the iPhone Pocket, which is like $250 sock to put your iPhone in, and that's sold out. So there really is just a chance for anything to be extremely successful regardless of the price and regardless of the offering. And it's not like the Steam machine is a bad product here, but I just think it is going to be really, really dependent on the price point here, whether or not this is something that gamers will be flocking to pick up. And I am just very curious to learn more information about how it will be priced. It releases relatively soon, so hopefully we'll know in the next, month or so. That'd be really nice. But yeah, it's been a very interesting conversation surrounding the Steam machine. Like I said, personally, I don't think it's getting to $1,000 or more. I really think it's going to live in like an $800 ballpark, which is still very expensive, and that's still going to be a very tough decision for consumers to make on if that is something they want to pay. So I guess we'll see. I think time will tell. Hopefully pretty soon we'll know. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I have made so many videos over the last few months covering Pokemon card related crime. Card shops are being robbed more frequently than gas stations, and there is more violent crime happening from Pokemon card scalpers than there was in Gotham City. Like, I think even Batman would be having his work cut out for him trying to put the kibosh on these degenerate loser scumbags. Before diving into the meat and potatoes of the latest Pokemon crime I want to cover in this video, I want to give you some good news at the top here. I'll give you the dessert before force-feeding you the vegetables. The alleged wheelman in that $116,000 Pokemon card heist I covered about a month ago has been arrested. That's the armed robbery. Yeah, about a month ago, at a place called Pokecourt, there was a group of dudes who went in there with guns, and Team Rocket was just waving them around, threatening people, and breaking glass to steal all of the card product, as well as taking money from the register. They caught the driver. His name is Julio Colina. He's 27 years old, loveless, dickless, a virgin. I was trying to find his mugshot, but I couldn't find it, so I'm making up my own fan fiction. I believe he probably stands at 4'6", smells like shit, and loves pee. On the day of the armed Pokemon robbery, he dropped the suspects off and then waited 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all he could spare, like fucking Albert Wesker here. and then drove off with them. He said he was willing to chauffeur them because they'd promised him gifts if they could pack their bags while riding in his van. Those gifts must have been intoxicating. He was addicted to them. Maybe they were just giving him smooches or something for his lonely ass, because he was apparently like a really reliable driver for them for their crimes. He also served as the driver for the same group of goobers on January 9th when they stole Pokemon merchandise worth around $11,000 from a different shop. So this guy really did enjoy driving them around. Those gifts must have been amazing, but he claimed he didn't know what the trio was doing when they left his van, which investigators aren't really buying. They believe it's just a pitiful attempt at him trying to save his own ass, which it obviously it is. I have no doubt he's stupid. I guarantee he's a lobotomite, but he's not dumb enough to just be like, oh, dude, I just dropped these guys off, like, thinking that they were just gonna go do some, like, normal business and stuff, and I was gonna sit there and wait, and they always came back with, like, treats and candy and stuff. I had no idea they were doing anything bad or naughty. I'm as shocked as you guys are. I'm a victim, too. I was driving people that I thought were my friends. So hopefully that defense never works for him and he spends a long time in the slammer and squeals on his friends. I really hope he rolls over belly up and gives up the two dudes that had the guns. I know Pokemon card crime isn't taken seriously by the authorities in any way, shape, or form, unfortunately, even though it is an out-of-control epidemic showing no signs of slowing down. But I have to imagine armed robbery, waving guns at people, threatening people with fucking guns over Pokemon cards is probably something that they should take a little more seriously. So hopefully this entire group here ends up in prison. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But now I'd like to go over the most recent Pokemon robbery that I just saw a video of. It happened to House of Cards in Vancouver, and they unfortunately got ganked by the Goof Troop here. It has become almost routine for the biggest group of losers to come together and decide, like, hey boys, let's go rob a card shop. I'm not exaggerating. Almost every single day, there is a card shop being broken into and having their shit stolen. Pretty much every hour, you can bet your sweet bippy somewhere in the world, a card shop just got hit by a sledgehammer, the windows busted in, and the greasiest loser you've ever seen stumbles through and breaks glass, grabbing a handful of Pokemon cards and waddles their way out to try and resell it and scalp, and it's just, oh, it's so fucking pathetic. And I feel so bad for the card shop owners because it's not like this is, you know, the most lucrative business in the world. These aren't stores owned by like billionaires and huge corporations. They're mom and pop shops. Like, these are just card shops from ordinary people that want to try and make a career out of engaging in a community and a hobby that they love. And they are just getting brutalized by the fucking biggest slimeball pigs imaginable that have deluded themselves into thinking that they can make a lot of money off scalping stolen products. I hate these people, man. I swear. I genuinely wish the worst for them. The way the big guy at the end was moving like Frankenstein's monster, I thought that chunky douchebag was about to eat shit while trying to get through the window and just cut himself all on that glass. But he made it through seemingly injury-free, and then these assholes just start storming the store and basically grabbing everything they can find. In total, they spent roughly 3 minutes for this whole operation, and from the time that the window broke and the alarm sounded, police arrived 4 minutes later, according to House of Cards in the comment section. So the police response was pretty quick. A lot of people in the comments were like, what the fuck is the police response time? 2 to 3 business days? But according to House of Cards, it was actually very fast. And it's not like fucking GTA where the police can just spawn in on top of them the second that the, third star gets activated here. So 4 minutes was pretty quick. They were just faster, so the police did not get there in time. And I don't think that's because these are criminal masterminds or anything, galaxy brain geniuses who plotted out to the very second the amount of time they need to spend in the store before police arrived. I think they just got extremely lucky that they were out like a minute before the police got there. I truly don't think that had anything to do with their planning at all. Their plan was very simple. Rent a car, steal a plate, hit glass with a hammer, put a hook in it, and rip it off. Yeehaw. Dukes a Hazzard. Yippee. Like, there is nothing here that screams highly organized, smart criminals. They just got lucky. This is definitely a group of people that were probably regulars at this shop, so they knew the product that they wanted to target, so that way they could do it quickly and leave quickly. And they just got very lucky that it was fast enough that police couldn't catch them in time. Every day I pray that human beings find the strength within them to resist purchasing scalped products. The only fucking reason these crimes happen so often, so frequently, is because people are buying them. And by buying this scalped and stolen shit, it only enables this behavior even more from other people out there. And thus, we are seeing this catastrophic state of the hobby, where not only is like the market itself all fucked up because of complete scumbag losers out there that are exploiting it directly, but now even card shops and just people aren't safe at these card shops because now criminals have infested it and are now just going in there blatantly and brazenly stealing and committing crimes, violent crimes, all to get their hands on Pokemon cards to sell on the secondary market because people are buying them. It's so fucking tragic. It's disgusting. And I really hope authorities will start to look at this more seriously. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. Like, it feels like they don't really pursue it all that hard. Like, if they don't actually catch them in the act, then they probably don't catch them at all, except in the case of the wheelman from the armed robbery. They did follow up on that, and I hope that becomes more commonplace of them trying to follow through on these investigations to catch these people. Because, again, I have no doubt these 3 guys that went in there and stole all that shit have been in that store numerous times and have probably been caught on camera scoping it out. I hope they will pursue it thoroughly, so that way maybe they can arrest them, throw the book at them, and have this act as a deterrent to finally send a message to other people that maybe think about stealing from other card shops and committing violent crimes over fucking shiny cardboard to think twice on it. I hope it ruins their life. I really hope they get caught. I hope it ruins their life. According to House of Cards, the car that they used was a rented vehicle, and the license plate was a stolen plate off of another vehicle. So they can't track the car overly well or anything. Complete pieces of shit, useless, worthless worms. It's also kind of adorable, though, how one of them, the tiny guy, couldn't find black gloves for the crime, so instead he borrowed his mother's mittens and threw those green things on his hand there. I just really hope they get caught. I really, really, really hope they get arrested. It's such a sad state of affairs here for the fucking TCG community, specifically Pokemon cards, because of shit like this, obviously, but it's showing no signs of slowing down, and I just can't fucking stand this garbage. So, wanted to yap about it again, that's about it. So, yep. I told you, it's only getting worse, man. Yesterday I made that video going over the silly, goofy fight over Pokemon cards at a restock, which, again, Pokemon restocks are basically the purge at this point. You're not actually even going there for product. You're going there to either get your teeth punched out or your skull caved in. It's just become a place where it's a PvP-enabled zone, and people throw hands and try and get as much Pokemon product as they can, just gluttonously consuming it to try and turn around and sell it for a profit. And in the video I made on that yesterday, I said that it's only a matter of time before someone gets killed over it. There's already been a shooting over Pokemon cards, and I'm sure there will be a murder around the corner. And it turns out that that did already happen. I just learned about a case in Chile where a 20-year-old woman who is a Pokemon vendor was kidnapped and killed by a couple looking to rob her of her Pokemon cards. So they kidnapped her and murdered her in her apartment and stole her Pokemon cards. Now, there's no English outlets reporting on this case as of right now, so all of the information I'm getting comes from Chilean sources directly, which I have to translate. And on YouTube, they only have auto-dubbing available, which I find to be pretty unreliable. I don't think it's entirely accurate, but I've checked some people in Chile that are relaying the information as well that corroborate a lot of what the auto-dubbing is saying. So the story is true based on all the information here, just certain elements of it might be a bit incorrect, like the value of the Pokemon cards they stole. It's reported that this couple robbed and murdered this woman for 3,000 pesos worth of Pokemon cards, which is not expensive. That's not a huge value there. They didn't get the fucking one piece or anything. They basically got like 2 hamburgers worth of Pokemon cards. So, like, I feel like maybe that number is incorrectly translated, or maybe they truly did do all of this over that little amount. Like, the Pokemon card hysteria is completely out of control, so it's possible it really was over just that little amount, but no matter how expensive the Pokemon cards were, it doesn't justify murdering someone for them. That is a vile, evil action. And they have been taken into custody, they have been arrested, they are being charged with robbery and robbery with homicide. So, fingers crossed they get maximum punishment here.
Another important part of this investigation is precisely to reveal the amount of Pokemon cards that were ultimately stolen from the victim. We are talking about Camila Dominic and Olortig Quispe, as Florencia was telling you, a young woman who is only 20 years old, and this incident is being investigated as a robbery with homicide. Unfortunately, and this is what the family is asking for, the body of this 20-year-old woman has not yet been found, but all the evidence that the prosecution has at this time leads them to a single answer, that a homicide occurred inside the apartment of one of the defendants.
Her name was Dominic Camila Olortigue Quispe, and she was reported missing for quite some time. Investigators believe that she was murdered in one of their apartments, this Chilean couple. They, based on some of the other reports that I read, as well as what I was watching from broadcasts, they found surveillance footage that shows them taking her into an apartment, and she never leaves.
Unfortunately, in addition, the 2 defendants, 2 people, a man and a woman under 30 years old, are also being held in preventative detention. Now, what happened? This young woman was selling Pokemon cards in a community of young people who exchanged these cards. She was moving around
trade
with her
show,
card, where she had an approximate value of cards worth around 3,000 pesos. This would be the method of procedure.
What?
Why? The reason why the defendant would...
So they kidnapped and killed her, to steal 3,000 pesos worth of Pokemon cards. What the fuck? This was the first report I watched on it that gave the general overview of everything that unfolded. It was a couple. They had got Dom and Camilla to their apartment, and she never left. They have security camera footage of her going in, and then they only ever have footage of the perpetrators leaving, and there's a lot of other things that they found on the security camera footage. But in this report, they said that the value of the cards they stole was 3,000 pesos, which, again, that's literally buying like a handful of gummy worms. That's not a lot at all. But in the other report I was watching, they say 3 million pesos, which is quite a bit more. Not that it changes anything here. Having someone's life taken over Pokemon cards is completely unacceptable, and this couple should 1000% never see the light of day again. They should be locked in a hole for the rest of their lives. This is a genuinely evil action that is unforgivable. But I just wanted to show that since there aren't any English sources that are reporting on this as of this moment, I have to rely on translations, and they're not entirely accurate. So the story does get a little muddy, so if there's any things that I'm messing up, I apologize, but this is a very serious story, and one that I just can't help but yap about, man. The state of the Pokemon hobby couldn't be worse.
Robbery, because the victim's belongings were allegedly stolen. A cart that she usually used to move her folders which contain these Pokemon cards that are valued at close to 3 million pesos. And finally, that is what also leads the prosecution to part of the evidence used by the prosecution to indicate that a robbery occurred here, and that they later attempted to, or ultimately killed, this 20-year-old woman. We must review the words of the prosecution that refer to this case. Sendum, the victim is seen entering the apartment with the defendant, and only the defendant is seen leaving on several occasions. And the defendant must have entered with the defendant, and always taking the victim's cart, where she had all her letters, which were the ones with the greatest value.
The auto-dubbing is just really falling apart. It's sucking major ass here. But from what I can piece together with this broadcast, as well as what I've read, is that on the security camera footage, they know that Dominic Camilla was in the apartment. She went into that apartment. And they also know, through the security camera footage, she never left. But the couple did on numerous occasions, and had even left with Milla's belongings. And what she said there with letters that had the most value, I think they were talking about the cards. They left with her Pokemon cards, the greatest value Pokemon cards, and they have evidence of that through this footage.
And there are also videos where the defendant is seen entering the supermarket to buy these garbage bags and packing tape. According to the prosecution, these security cameras are key to the investigation, and they are continuing the investigation based on these records, which show the defendant's constant comings and goings from an apartment on Monjita Street in the Santiago commune, where the victim was allegedly taken, and from which apartment the victim never left. These records are important because the body of this young woman, who is only 20 years old, Camilla Dominic, has still not been found.
They are also alleging that through the security camera footage, they saw that this couple was getting trash bags and tape and bringing it into the apartment and just very suspicious shit like that. That is extremely shady. So they haven't found her body. They are still investigating and doing all they can to locate that, but they are treating this as robbery with homicide. That's what they are pursuing here. They have enough evidence to support that, it seems, and it is just fucking sickening, man. I know I've made so much content on it recently, I just can't help blabber about it. I'm obviously very passionate about TCGs, have an entire fucking channel dedicated to it. So seeing what's happened to not just Pokemon, but just TCGs across the board really sucks, and in Pokemon in particular, it is really in the shitter. It is just terrifying. People being beaten to a fucking pulp, people being shot over Pokemon cards, and now even people having their lives taken over Pokemon cards. And again, there's other examples of scalpers going crazy and all like, you know, trying to get their hands on the same stuff to try and flip for like a fucking $5 profit over the years. But for Pokemon in particular, it has become just deplorable. Like, Team Rocket doesn't beat up Ash Ketchum or shoot Pokemon trainers to get their hands on the Pokemon, and they certainly don't murder people over it, but the fucking Chilean Jesse and James here certainly do. It's scary, and it's only getting worse. Like I said, it has spiraled totally out of control now. It's heartbreaking hearing about what happened to this woman in Chile. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's really it. See ya. There's been a lot going on in regards to the Epstein files and been a bunch of emails that have come out. It's been kind of a smorgasbord of new information, surprisingly. And there's even apparently going to be a full release of the Epstein files. It's been voted on, it's passed, but I'll believe it when I see it. I've talked about this on stream. I am fully expecting this to be the same shit, different toilet, repackaging the same material that's been released from the Epstein files 5 times now. I swear to God, these Epstein files have been remastered more times than Last of Us. They keep re-releasing the same information over and over again with a different coat of paint. They're not actually releasing new Epstein files, but they keep pretending that they are, or that what they drop is new Epstein file information. But when you actually look at it, it's the same thing that was released years ago. That's what I'm expecting here, but I would love to be proven wrong. I would love if this is finally some real, unredacted, new information that implicates some horrible, evil people, and real punishment comes their way. Actual justice for the victims. We'll see. I have my skepticism about that. But another thing that's happened in regards to everything Epstein related is those emails that the committee has released. And there's a lot of mysteries there, of course, the biggest being who is Bubba and what cock was in Trump's mouth potentially. And along with that, there are a lot of other people that have now been thrust into the spotlight here for their close association with Epstein, one of them being a goober named Larry Summers. Now, maybe I'm just a Neanderthal who's living under a rock, but I'd never heard of Lawrence Summers until this. But just look at the political power he's had for so many decades now. He was the 8th director of the National Economic Council under Barack Obama's presidency. He was the president of Harvard from 01 to 06. He was also the United States Secretary of Treasury under Clinton. This is a very powerful guy. And when these emails came out, people were quick to notice Lawrence Summers was very chummy with Jeffrey Epstein, even going as far as to have Epstein as his fucking wingman. He was trying to suck farts out of Jeffrey Epstein's ass looking for tiddlywinks of advice on how he could fuck one of his students, a mentee, as he referred to her as. It is so creepy. It is vile, disgusting shit. Larry Summers has been married since 2005. These texts and emails were from 2018 to 2019, him trying to get Jeffrey Epstein's input on how he can have sex with this student of his, and it's just this series of whiny messages from him, this pathetic loser-ass shit that you'd probably find in like the foulest corners of Reddit. And Larry, no carry about his marriage, Summers, is begging on his hands and knees for Jeffrey Epstein to bless him with the guidance so he could have sex with this mentee of his. It is so fucking gross. And these are just what is now publicly available in their messages exchanged. Like, it is probably a lot deeper than this connection between Larry Summers and Jeffrey Epstein. This is just what they have, like, physical evidence of with these messages. I have no doubt Larry Summers being this close, where Jeffrey Epstein will refer to himself as Larry's wingman, I have no doubt these two have probably been in cahoots for a long fucking time. It is scary. Now, I also saw a clip here that someone recorded in their class at Harvard where Larry teaches, and he actually addressed what students were seeing from all of the Epstein information. This was after he made his statement of regret about his connection, calling it like a major error in judgment to communicate with Jeffrey Epstein, the most infamous pedophile in our fucking history. And he had a little bit to say about all of this, hoopla going on.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein. and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities, but for a time, but I think it's very important to fulfill my teaching obligations. And so, with your permission, we're going to go forward and talk about the material in the class.
No, Larry, you don't have my permission to continue teaching. How about instead of going over the material, you go over to the nearest prison and throw yourself in one of the fucking cells? Because it feels like the justice system's never gonna do that for anyone that's closely associated with Jeffrey Epstein and all of his fucking crimes. So why don't you take it upon yourself to do that for us? Now, this video's like a day and a half old. There was an update to this story last night. He is not going to be finishing his teaching obligations at Harvard. They're investigating his ties to child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, and they have made the correct decision to remove him from his position teaching here, which to me sounds like a no-brainer. One of the things in the emails that was revealed is Larry Summers trying to fuck his mentee, one of his students that he was mentoring. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to keep him in that position. That's like keeping the big bad wolf in a classroom with a bunch of little piggies there. So that was the right call, taking him off of that position during this investigation. And I feel like it's probably a pretty easy investigation when there's already a ton of evidence to his close ties to Jeffrey Epstein. The question that remains is, how close are those ties? Did he visit the island? It seems like he was very buddy-buddy with Jeffrey Epstein. I cannot imagine that these 2018 and 2019 exchanges are like the only things that they ever talked about. If I was a betting man, I would make a strong wager that this communication is not the first time they've been closely talking. I don't think Jeffrey Epstein would jokingly call himself Summers' wingman based off of only a few text messages over the course of that year. I would wager that they have been very close for a long time, and I imagine Larry Summers is implicated very deeply in a lot of the Epstein files that we just haven't seen all of yet. And it seems like that hunch is corroborated by a lot of outlets reporting that his correspondence with Epstein had extended for over a decade after Epstein had already been sent to jail for soliciting a minor for prostitution. So it's not like Larry Summers wouldn't know this about Jeffrey Epstein. He was talking to him all the way up until like the day before he got arrested in 2019. There's no way Larry didn't know who Jeffrey Epstein was and what was going on there. I just don't believe that. He can call it like an error in judgment all he wants, but he literally had already been arrested for soliciting a minor for prostitution, and that is the guy that Larry Summers was going to frequently for advice on trying to fuck one of his students. I feel like there is no world where Larry Summers wasn't closely tied to Jeffrey Epstein for a long time and wasn't privy to what was going on behind the scenes with Epstein's operation and all of that shit going on there. Now, going back to that video briefly, I find it baffling that Harvard didn't immediately relieve him of his position after the information came out, like while they were about to conduct an investigation. I don't know why he was allowed to go into the classroom and give his statement, like his POV on everything here, and it seems like was even going to continue teaching in some capacity to this classroom. He went in there with, his PR speech like, hey guys, listen, look, you may have read some not so good yucky things about me and Mr. Epstein. I know, not a great look, but we have to remember your minds are hungry and I'm the chef. It's my duty to teach you, so we're here. Get your pen and paper out. Let's go, Poindexters. I have a teaching obligation to fulfill and I plan on doing that. Also, unrelated to everything, I have slots available for mentorship if anyone wants to be mentored by me, to see me after class. Anyway, though, it's time to get back to the teaching. Like, it's so weird to me. Like, I understand they need to investigate the claims, but while doing so, he shouldn't have been allowed back in the classroom in the first place to teach or say that he is going to be able to continue teaching. Like, addressing the elephant in the room is somehow enough, and now all of a sudden he's allowed to be able to still give lectures. Who the fuck is going to want to sit there and listen to this guy who is apparently close friends with Jeffrey Epstein? Like, I'm surprised everyone didn't immediately just get out of their seats and walk out of the class. Maybe they did. It's a very short video. It's entirely possible they did. I just find it odd, is all. Anyway, just wanted to yap a bit about Larry Summers for a bit, and that's really about it. So, yeah.